Western abuse. Yeah, let's call it Western abuse. That's what it is.
Now Western can't say nothing to me. He didn't show up for the stream on Tuesday, even though he did hit me up and he was like, "Dude, I missed it." Like he missed the notification.
No, he's good for that. Because I saw a message from him earlier on in a different stream saying he was in the middle of doing something or somewhere.
Yeah.
So I know he was preoccupied doing something.
Yeah.
But that's one accusation. That's why I kind of let him abuse me from time to time, because I'm like, yeah, well, he's consistent. If he calls me an asshole, then I must be one. I take the criticism, especially personally.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, he kind of knows me better than anyone, so he's probably got a point. All right. I'm quite excited about this one though. I figure what we'll do is we'll just get started with a little bit of general chatter, and then when the place fills up a little bit, that's when we'll get started, because I don't want people to miss out on having their say. What's up, Jay-Z? How you doing, brother?
Jay-Z, what's good, man?
I don't want anyone to miss out on having their say on this one, because I feel like a lot of people are going to have a lot to say about what we're talking about today.
Absolutely.
This is one of the ones, if you miss it, there's gonna be some regret.
Heck yeah.
Like, how you doing, Jay-Z, bro?
Let me make sure that ain't on.
I need to send a message to Mikey. I think Mikey will probably jump in on yours, because he's usually about. But if you're just joining in, how you doing? We haven't quite got started on the robbery tier list yet, but we are going to get to it. We just want to give everyone like a few minutes to pop in before we kind of explain what the criteria are, and then to get into it. We've got like 15. Yeah. So we've got we've got like 50. No, I think it's like 11 or 12 fights that were like famously seen as either robberies or bad decisions, and we're going to rank them. We're going to say whether or not we think they were close fights, so people need to stop bitching. If they were bad decisions, where it's like, yeah, it's a bad decision, but like I can see a case for one of the other person, but the wrong person won. And then we got straight up robbery, where there's no way. Diego Sanchez versus Ross Pearson. We didn't have that one in there, and the only reason why we didn't is because it's a little bit of an obscure one. Not a lot of people will remember that fight, but Diego Sanchez basically lost all 3 rounds of that fight. We might as well talk about it while we're building up. He lost all 3 rounds of that fight.
Yeah, he did.
Like, if you want to talk about like full scale, some of the worst robberies in UFC history, that's up there. The only reason why it doesn't get talked about that much is because Diego Sanchez is obviously a bigger name, and it didn't really amount to anything. Well, for most people, like Ross Pearson obviously didn't go on to have the career he potentially could have had with that scalp on his name. But you see, that's the thing about robberies that are really, really important to discuss, because it's not just about somebody getting robbed on the night. It's about what it does for their careers in the long run. We didn't have Edgar and Muniz on the list, but
let me see. Frankie,
I guess we do have. I think we had an Edgar fight on the list at some point.
We did, but
Edgar versus BJ Penn was another one. We didn't have that on the list. We tried to have ones that were a little bit more recent, and then the plan was like we would add to them as we go on.
Yeah,
because there's been too many. Pedro literally won 4-1. Yeah, I mean that would come under the
That feels like a robbery.
That would come under the robbery. But I mean, I'm happy to go back and have a look at it at some point. But there are so many. There are so many. Just before we get into that, because I want to give the some of the chat folk enough time to turn up, because we are gonna have like a voting thing about it, where we'll put each fight up and then we'll put the 3 categories up. We want to obviously make sure that we're explaining what the we're gonna obviously explain what the criteria are before then. But before we get into that, I wanted to ask you guys a quick question actually about trash talk. I wanted to ask you guys, At what point do you think trash talk goes too far, if ever? And what examples do you have of it? Because I'm
That's a
thinking
really good question.
because we've discussed this a little bit on the channel before, and obviously it was before. Yeah, we appreciate you guys setting up raids. I think this one in particular would be a good one to do a raid for, just because we want to kind of get a fair representation of what the votes will be like. We want to try and get as many people voting as we can in this one. But yeah, as far as the trash talk goes, I'm just wondering if you guys think that all is fair in love and war with trash talk, or if there are things that you just shouldn't say. And I was thinking about this morning, and it kind of came to me. And I was like, there's probably only one time or one instance when I thought, you know what, this person's gone too far. Or maybe two instances. And I was wondering if you guys had any impressions
I
of,
mean,
of that.
I know one off the top, and it's recent. I mean, clearly, Colby, when he was talking about Leon's dad, like, that's too far. I mean, in my opinion, that's too far. Like,
Yeah.
when you're talking to me, when you start talking about people who can't defend themselves because they're not alive, like, come on, bro. Like, that's too far. I felt like that was awful. But that's just my opinion. Some people think that that's all part of the game, and
Mm,
nothing's off limits. But I don't think so. Like, if we're fighting with rules, then my trash talk's gonna have rules. If it was outside of fighting in the cage, then everything's fair game in that point because I can kill you. But this is not the case.
yeah.
So there's going to be some guard lines to it. So yeah,
Yeah,
no.
I'm kind of the same opinion. Like I didn't think it was possible to overstep the line when it comes to trash talking, but I think when you start talking about dead relatives, that's a touch over the line for me. But I'm kind of with Jay-Z as well, that like at the end of the day, whatever gets said, you're then able to then right after that get into a cage and fuck the person up for their talk. So I kind of get that perspective as well. I
Yeah,
think like
I mean,
there was two instances when I felt that way. I think when Justin Gaethje said that Conor McGregor was a bad father, that one when I was that was one where I was kind of like, ugh, yeah, like you can say what you want about him being a whore and like fucking cheating on his wife and whatever, because all those things are true. But like the bad father stuff felt like a little bit of a step over the line. Like I felt like that was a little bit too personal. And then well, Colby's done it twice, hasn't he? He did it with Leon's coach. Sorry, Usman's coach at
mhm.
Black Zillions, and then he did it with Leon's dad, and I thought that's a bit tasteless, man.
Yeah.
That's a bit tasteless, but and then he got in the cage and shit himself, so he probably knows he went too far as well. I'm going to be semi-distracted because of the NBA draft is tonight. To be honest, I don't know who any of the prospects are.
Bruh, like this is one of the worst drafts in recent memory. Um, just to put it simply, like the number one pick is probably going to be Zachary Richachet.
If you say so.
So yeah,
I don't know who any of those. I don't know who any of them are. I literally haven't followed it. But mind you, I've kind of gone a little bit cold on the NBA the last 12 months or so. Like I do keep up with the odd little bit, but I'm not that interested anymore.
it's a draft full of role players. There's no stars in this draft, at least not no obvious ones.
Yeah, but Aaron's right though. The trades should be interesting.
Yeah, they've
There
already
are a
started.
couple of people who are coming up to free agency that might be able to make an impact.
Yeah,
I know that they're trying to. I know that Trey Young might be on the move. I know he's not a free agent, but I know that he's on the move.
trade one of them dudes. They got trade
Paul
either
George is probably
Trey
going
or
to be on the move.
Johnson.
There's a
Maybe,
few. Clay
but
Thompson's probably
I have
moving as
heard
well.
the Paul George thing is kind of heating up now, and the Golden State thing is back on the table. So
I hope he doesn't. I hope he doesn't go to Golden State. I don't want him.
he might.
I don't
He
want him. I don't want him for 4 years at $50 million or whatever it is. Fuck that.
It's a lot.
You're good, bro. Did you see that Kevin Holland's fighting on the Denver card? There's been a lot of anger about this one, to be honest. And I kind of get people are on Twitter in particular are saying like, why is Cannonier taking that fight? I get it. I get why he's taking that fight. It's supposed to be Holland versus Jared Cannonier
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
at Denver. That's what I'm hearing.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I posted it
Which to me
on
makes sense.
Instagram. Yeah.
If anyone deserves a random jump up the rankings, even though they've only won one fight at middleweight recently, it's Kevin Holland.
This is where continuing to take the short notice. People don't see a reason for you jumping into the cage, right? Back to back type of fights pays off for you. Now he's able to take opportunities like this. So this is them paying it back.
The thing is, when I first heard the fight, I was thinking, yeah, that's a layup for Jared as well, but I'm not so sure. Like, Kevin Holland is very good.
He is very good.
Yeah. And we would, again, Aaron, I feel like this chat is becoming the hub for things that end up happening in the MMA world, because our tentacles are reaching everywhere, because we'll talk about it in here, and then people will bring it up with Brutally Honest MMA. They'll bring it up in ITP's chat.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? And it just spreads like a cancer. We're like the cancer of MMA. This
in a good way.
In a good way. We're a good. I was about to say we're a good cancer, but I'm not sure how to interpret that. I think it's a good fight. Shara's Holland call out was bizarre. Shara's calling out. How you doing, Brutally? By the way, and again, if you're new to here and you haven't been to Brutally Honest MMA, get your buns over there. And thanks for turning up, brother. I was really enjoying your and also your Sean Strickland video you posted today. I don't know if you've seen it, Antoine.
I haven't seen it yet.
It was real funny, and it was bang on as well. It kind of made me feel slightly ashamed to be a Sean Strickland fan, if I'm being honest. It was a low point. It was a low point in that journey. Holland is the ultimate gatekeeper. If you're top of the division, fire, it's an easy fight. I like Shara and Holland more. I think Holland would fuck Shara up.
I think so.
It would be a layup for Kevin. Shara's not that good.
I don't think the Shara needs to be fighting anybody. And I brought that up in the live I did on Tuesday. I don't think he's that good. Even though, like, going into it, like, I thought that dude was going to be like the boogeyman. Like, he came in like looking serious, but apparently he's trash.
Yeah. Like, Holland and Shara does make more sense for like where they're at in the rankings, kind of.
Yeah.
I'm not against Holland getting a bump up, because he's always like I said, he's that company guy, man. He whenever they need somebody to step in and have a fun fight, he's always ready. And that should be rewarded.
Yeah.
To some extent.
Paradox, I didn't see your documentary. When did you put it out?
He did it. Paradox did a video on why Stephen Thompson is not a nice guy, and I legit laughed about 8 times.
I saw the thumbnail. I have it in my watch later.
I legit laughed about 8 times during the course of that video.
I haven't watched it yet.
By the way, Paradox here, can I just give you a shout out as well? I love how your style is kind of like, it's unedited. Like, I like, not in the sense of like the what's on display is unedited. I like that your voiceover is unedited. It's perfect. Like, there were legit multiple times when I laughed during that video, and like not ironically. Shara having smoke blown up his ass for being a one-eyed pirate, not convinced yet. Bro, I'm fully with you. And the thing is, yeah, I've seen dumb twits about Shara saying like, oh, so he's allowed to come into America to film a movie, but not to have a fight. And I'm like, yeah. Well, because having a fight is different. Being one-eyed and being in a movie, and being one-eyed and going into a fight are completely different things.
Yeah. So remember, I checked with my boy Dre, who is a one-eyed fighter, and I asked him what athletic commissions would he be allowed to fight in for sure, and he rattled off like 6 of them. So he was like, "There's more than those." So he can fight in the United States. He can't fight everywhere. Like,
by the way,
like,
just a quick check. is
go ahead.
the joint channel is live. What we're gonna do with the polls, just before we get started, is we're gonna run the polls on all 3 channels, and it's gonna get really complicated. So again, it's just advice to everyone to jump over to the Frankie and Jax channel so that you can all vote in one place. And you're gonna see how messy it's gonna get, and we're just gonna prove our point, but we're gonna give it a try. Because obviously we've got 14 now in my YouTube, and we've got countless others and on different channels and all over the place. So like it would help if everyone could get to the same place. But all right, so we've in the description, we've got the fights that we're going to be talking about today. So the question is, which one are we going to talk about first?
That is a great question.
Yeah, bro, Paradox, the scannable QR code. Don't think we're too professional out here. The program kind of does it itself. I don't want you to think that I'm overly professional in this business.
Paradox, we're unbelievably professional.
It ain't that. It ain't that. That ain't the vibe. Okay, it is live. Sweet. So the Frankie and Jax channel is also live, but we are going to run polls on every channel. So what do you want to do for the first? What do you want to do for the first questionable robbery situation?
I think maybe the easiest one would probably be the Strickland Duplessis one.
All right, let's start with Strickland and Duplessis because
pretty new.
I said I was going to get around to rewatching it, and I have. And do you know what we'll do first? Yeah, I'm going to throw up the poll first.
Yeah.
So it will be. So I'm going to show you exactly how this is going to work. And just before I tell you guys before you vote on it, if you could look at the bottom, I know it's a very obvious thing, but I'm just going to clarify again what each one means. So close fight would be either man could have won. So quit your bitching about it. Like either man could have won. Then you got a bad decision where your boy did get kind of robbed, but you can make a case for the winner actually winning the fight, the person who got their hand raised. And then the last one is a robbery, where it's like, this was basically a heist where like your boy got absolutely robbed and it derailed their career, and there's no way that they should have been on the receiving end of a loss. So that's how the 3 things are ranked. But we're going to leave it there at the bottom of the screen just so you guys are obviously fully clear on what we're doing. I'm going to remove this QR code because it's blocking our beautiful faces. Right, so the first poll is going to go up. We'll do Strickland versus Duplessis. And then we'll have close fight, bad decision, robbery. And we'll see how you motherfuckers do with that. All right, so the poll is live on my channel.
It's live on Frankie and Jax.
I'm going to put my vote in as well. I want to see what everyone thinks. So, my opinion on this one. I have watched it again, and I still think Duplessis won. I still think DDP won the fight. Here's why I think this, all right? Strickland did land more overall strikes. In fact, he landed 40 more than Duplessis throughout the whole fight. But this is a round by round, like fights are obviously judged round by round. Yeah. Now, I thought that Dricus landed harder with the body strikes. I thought Dricus landed more in round 2 and got a massive takedown. I thought he landed harder in round 3 with the body kicks. There was a differential of like 2 strikes. I thought that round 3 was basically the swing round, but I thought that Dricus I thought the body kicks he was landing were more impactful. In round 4, Strickland landed 4 more strikes, but he got taken down 3 times, and one of them was really explosively. I think if you explosively take someone down, it counts as a knockdown in a way. Like if you bundle someone down really hard and they land like with ferocity and it changes the course of the fight, I think it should count as a knockdown. And that's kind of how I saw it. So I think the reason why people think Strickland won, and I understand it, is Strickland won. I think I had Strickland winning round 1 and round 5. And the rounds that he won more decisively. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, even though I felt that Drickus won rounds 2, 3, and 4, they were closer rounds. Whereas the rounds that Strickland won in 1 and 5 were very distinctive. But I will say this though, like, ultimately, on our tier list, I think that it doesn't go down as a bad decision and it doesn't go down as a robbery. I just think it comes down to a close fight where both guys could have won. And that's where I'm at with that one.
Yeah. So I rewatched it just like we rewatched every fight. And when it came down to it, there were some rounds that I thought were extremely close. And I won't say who I think won because I'm making a whole video on this, and that'll make you not want to watch the video. But I do think that it wasn't a robbery, even though initially when I watched it in real time, I leaned towards Sean Strickland. And I think a lot of that just kind of had to do with a little bit of bias. And I kind of wanted to try to remove that in watching it this time. And I think that I did. However, I think that it could have gone either way. And I don't think that any decision that was made would have been bad. So I think it was just a close fight. You know, that's kind of where I land on it.
I will
think
say
it's
though, yeah,
close.
I think that the percentage of people that thought Strickland won was higher than the percentage that thought DDP won.
Yeah.
But I don't think it was a bad decision necessarily. I think if either guy had won, I wouldn't have complained. But I think calling it a robbery is just outright slander. I think it was just a close fight that either guy could have won. And I think if you see it any other way, you're a dickhead.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mikey.
I mean, Mikey, you already know how he feels about this fight. He's gone down that hill. He definitely thinks it was a robbery.
I'm with Plymouth. Like, I think it was literally the closest title fight we've seen in a very, very long time. Calling it a robbery is bananas. It's bananas. It's full bullshit there. I did what you asked, Mikey. I watched it again, and I'm even more convinced that Drickus won the fight. But it was close. It was close. I'm not gonna go on and say that like, oh, DDP definitely, it was a clear win. It wasn't. I think if I was gonna say that, that would be a lie as well.
Yeah,
that'd be a lie as well.
What's the poll looking like on your side?
On my side, let me check. I've got. Hang on, sorry. I've got close fight 80%, bad decision 10%, and robbery 10%. So, but considering 10 people voted, 8 out of 10 said it was a close fight. How are you looking on your end?
So I got close fight 67%, bad decision 33%.
I was drunk, but that's hardly changes my opinion.
Yeah. It really
I'm drunk most of the time. If we were gonna talk about what my opinion's like when I'm drunk, I couldn't have an opinion on anything.
Actually, man, I've seen you drunk, and your opinions are actually pretty spot on.
I appreciate that.
They might even be better. I don't know.
I'll take it. I'll take it. So I think as far as the so do you want to share the tier list, and I'll stick it up there, because I'll let you do this. I'll let you share. Hang on a second. There we go.
Yeah. So
oh wow, man, you went in with this. Let me just blow this up real quick.
Yeah, here's the good old Strickland and Duplessis. So we got the tier list, and it looks like this one's gonna fall in close fight. So you
I think that's
the different tiers.
I think that's fair. I
Yeah.
respect your opinion, Mikey, but you're fucking wrong on this one.
Oh yeah, Western said something interesting. He said if you go off of visible damage, it was a clear win for Sean. If you use hindsight armed with information that Sean was snowboarding days later while Drickus was in limp mode, Sean definitely won. That's kind of what I was saying afterwards. Like, if you go by schoolyard rules, then I would say Sean won, because in
Yeah.
schoolyard rules, you really go based off of damage and who was winning at the end of the fight. But by those same rules, Islam lost to Alexander Volkanovski, and we all
Yes,
know
if you're
that
gonna have that opinion, you gotta be consistent. But also as well, I do think that Sean Strickland just heals better as well. Like, they both looked pretty hurt at the end of that fight. Like, both their eyes were busted up. I will concede though that Drickus looked way more fucked up.
he did. He did.
Hang on a second. I've got a spider the side of my hand crawling up the wall here. Give me a second.
Oh, he's about to go Robert Whitaker mode over here. Don't run away. Yeah, Paradox. It is based on how a matter of how you score it, and based on the UFC's way of scoring things, they I mean, I say UFC. It's not really the UFC scores, but just based off of the rules that they set forth by the commission, I mean, I guess it's more of a toss up.
Yeah, I think let me put it this way. Yeah, in if you when we're considering all the fights that we're going to talk about today, and we're going to get through a few, this fight definitely would rank. I think even if you fought Sean Strickland 1, you'd have to admit there's a case for DDP winning and a strong case for DDP winning. Calling it a robbery is bullshit. It's bullshit. Because you can objectively make a very strong case for how DDP won that fight. The explosive takedowns, the kicks he was landing to the midsection throughout the fight were doing some serious damage. And that's why I think that DDP was carrying more damage, because Strickland was basically spamming the jab for a lot of the fight. And I'm not saying jabs don't matter, but it's why he visibly looked more fucked up as well. I think there's a strong case you could make for DDP winning the fight, is what I'm saying. So you can't really call it a bad decision, but you definitely can't call it a robbery, in my opinion. It was a close fight.
Yeah, that's kind of where I land on it. It seems like everybody's landing on that.
So yeah, I mean, I've got 11 votes on mine, and yeah, it's very clearly people leaning on close fight. I'm at 82%, which means that of the 11, I think 8 people voted for close fight on my side. So that's pretty much a landslide. Are we doing Kool-Aid Man? I'm not sure if I've seen you in here before. Welcome. With the Daniel Cormier crying emoji, you are very clearly a hardcore.
Yeah.
So welcome to the gang. All right, what are we gonna do next? The first one to lay it off in the chat. So it will be the fights that we stuck in the comment section, not the comment section, the description section. We've just done Strickland versus Duplessis. What do we reckon? We've only done one so far, Mikey. We were waiting for you to turn up. Do we have Volk versus Islam on the list?
No, we didn't have that one on the list.
We didn't have Volk versus Islam. I mean, I don't mind talking about it. But how about if you've got time, we'll stick that one on. There was a reason why we didn't put that on, and I can't remember what it was. We had a good reason for not putting it on. Because I think it's a fairly conclusive one in that most people would say it was a close fight that Makhachev clearly won 3-2. So it wasn't really a robbery. I don't think anyone would call that a robbery.
Nah, not
but
a
we
reasonable.
can talk about it. I don't mind. I don't mind having a quick chatter about it. If you really feel inclined. Let me take down this comment. Hang on, we're kind of blocking each other's flow here. You think it was a bad decision? Maybe we should talk about it then. Should have been Volk in Australia. I don't know, man. I'm a big Volk fan, and I mean, I could not have been further on his balls than I was at that time. I wanted him to win so badly, and I don't think he did. I think he did a lot better than I was. Like I said that he was going to win a close decision, but I said that publicly, but I didn't really mean it. I was like, if he does well to get to the end of the 5 rounds, I'll be very satisfied. And to say that Volk won 2 rounds, I was very happy. Go back and watch it on mute. Islam won the fight. I think Volk won, but I'm a certified Dagestani hater, so my opinion is dismissed. See, I have the same problem. I'm a Dagestani hater as well, and I was like, yeah, Islam won, and I couldn't have been more further split on my how I felt about both fighters, and even I was like, yeah, Islam's won that 3-2.
It was one of those fights where, I mean, I went into it obviously wanting Volk to win, but when it got to the end and they were about to read the decision, I would have accepted either way, because I think it was round 2 that could have gone one way or the other, and I was okay with it regardless. But it's just the way that it ended. It gave you the feeling that Volkanovski should have won. And when you're watching it live and not, and you're in the feeling of it, you're kind of riding a roller coaster, and wherever that roller coaster ends, that's kind of how you feel going into the decision. When in reality, that's not. I mean, there's another fight like that. When Valentina Shevchenko fought Amanda Nunes, the first time, like, she won that last round emphatically, and people were like, "Oh, well, Valentina won." Well, if you look at the fight, not really.
Do you
But
mean when like Nate Diaz beat up Leon Edwards for about 12 seconds and got his
yeah,
ass kicked for
exactly.
like 23 minutes and 40 seconds, and they were like, "Yeah, man, Nate Diaz should have won that fight."
Yeah, it's like,
That's
no,
not really how it works.
it's not how it works. It's not how it works.
And that's not how it works at all. But yeah, I mean, I get that the scoring criteria is a problem, and it has been a problem for a while. And I think we still don't have like full clarity on who wins fights. But that one for me, regardless of whether it was like before damage based scoring or after, I felt like Islam probably would have won that fight in both eras. Like I don't have anything too much against that. We can go back and really get into that one a little bit later. So what are we gonna do for the next one? If you have a look so let me just clarify what we've got here. We've got the first one to throw it up gets to choose. So we've got Kattar and Emmett. We've got Kai Kara France and Albazi. We've got John Jones and Dominick Reyes. We've got Conor McGregor and Nate Diaz 2. We've got Usman versus Chimaev. We've got GSP and Johnny Hendricks. We've got John Jones again against Alexander Gustaffson 1. Cory Sandhagen and Chito Vera. Now that's on there for a very specific reason. We've got Zhang Weili and Joanna Jędrzejczyk, the first fight, obviously. We've got Izzy and Rob 2. And as a little bit of a riot insider, we've also got Gleison, Tibau, and Khabib Nurmagomedov. So it's down to you guys. What do you reckon we should have next? Okay, Frankie is a clear glapper. I don't like that you're insinuating that I like fingering male bumholes again. I don't like you bringing that up. All right, so who we gonna have first? Who was the first? It works like that in one, but I think one scores fights properly without that 10-point must system. There's flaws to that system as well. Yan and O'Malley. Yan and O'Malley was one we should have put on there as well. To be fair,
We should have put that on there.
I don't know how that one slipped my mind. I mean, some of these are just going to be blatantly quicker than others.
Yeah,
we'll do Kattar versus Emmett first because Aaron was the first one to get in there.
okay.
So I'll throw the poll up first. 1 second.
Let's see.
Kattar versus Emmett. And we'll go for close fight, bad decision, and then we'll go for robbery. All right, so the poll has begun. Right. I have a few thoughts about this one. This for me was like a career-altering bank heist for Calvin Kattar, in my opinion. If you're somebody who's like a stats person and you look at this kind of purely for how many significant strikes were round for round, it's still, even if you're doing it that way, so if you look at every round and you say, all right, who got the most significant strikes? Because this was mostly a purely standing fight. You would still have to give it to Kattar 3-2. Throughout the fight, though, and if you actually look at where the strikes were landed, Kattar actually landed 51 more strikes to Emmett's fucking melon than he did the other way around. Now, there are many top-level fights where people don't land 51 strikes to the head for the entire fight. So for one fighter to land 51 more significant strikes to someone's head than their opponent should be a very clear indication of where this fight went. Now, I've watched it again today. I watched it again this morning when I was preparing for this. I gave Emmett 1 round, and that was the 3rd round, and that was literally it. And I was kind of trying to be as generous as I could be because I don't even think he won that round. Round 2, he did land more according to the stats, but Kattar landed on his face 22 times compared to 7. So for me, that's a wash. There were no knockdowns in the fight, so it was kind of a war in that sense. You can say it was maybe a close fight because there were no knockdowns. But what makes it more of a bona fide robbery to me, rather than a bad decision, is Kattar had basically just fraud checked Chikadze. And if he'd got the rightful win against Emmett that he should have got, he would have got a title shot. So instead he loses, then he gets bundled in there with Allen, where he gets injured and doesn't fight for 18 months, and he hasn't won a fight since. So it was a robbery that led to a total derailing of his career.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it's a fucking bank heist and a terrible robbery. I had Kattar winning that fight for 4 rounds to 1, and you could make a case for 5 zip.
Yeah. In watching it, like I had kind of totally forgot what had happened in that fight. I just kind of had that feeling of I thought that Calvin won, but in watching it, I was like, oh, I'm for sure Calvin won this fight. And like you said, everything that kind of flowed out of that afterwards, like he hasn't been the same since. Like it's been awful for him. And I feel like he lost out on a title shot that he could have gotten, and it ain't coming based on what we just saw with him against Aljamain Sterling. They figured him out. So it totally derailed his career. He's not going to get the title shot that he could have gotten. It's a heist.
Yeah, I'm kind of with that as well, and the voting seems to be going that way. I mean, it was a disgraceful robbery. Like this is where you get. The thing is, yeah. I did watch it earlier. Kattar did get a knockdown. I think it was in the 4th, and for some reason, I don't know why this has been happening lately. It wasn't classified as a knockdown, and that only adds to it. Calvin Kattar beat him up for the majority of that fight.
Yeah, like you should if you go back and watch the fight and just jump in at any point and just look at Emmett's face. Like his face looked awful.
Yeah.
Awful.
I don't know how you give that I don't know how in any universe you give that to Emmett. And again, I think it was another one of those nights where I had Kattar on a parlay. And I was literally just like, I'm like, there's no way. I was counting my money and I remember just raging. It's one of those that the thing is, yeah, and I do want to clarify this while we're talking about it, yeah. People talk about robberies all the time. Like they seem to think that there's a robbery. Like the word robbery gets thrown around what seems like every fucking week these days.
Too much.
The truth is, yeah, there aren't that many blatant robberies like that in MMA. where somebody wins 3 rounds or wins 5 rounds, like, and then they get robbed. It doesn't happen that often. There are loads and loads of bad decisions, but for me, there's not that many robberies. This, for me, qualifies as a robbery. If you win 4 rounds at least, and then you look at your opponent and you think, there's no fucking way, if you have eyeballs in your skull, that you can score it for this person and then they win, that is what constitutes as a robbery. Where you can make no case whatsoever for one person winning. Because that's what a robbery is to me. Oh, they gave him fight of the night. That was really nice of them.
I mean, that doesn't mean anything when you've taken away a title shot from a person.
Nah, it's a disgrace. As a consolation, perhaps. I mean, they had to give a fight of the night because first of all, it was the main event, and it was a war of. But it was like you can have a war with somebody, and one side is clearly winning that war. Like Emmett got fucked up in that fight. Can we do Khamzat versus Usman next? We absolutely can.
For sure.
So are we happy? I don't think anyone objects to sticking this fight into robbery. Because I've got in my poll, I've got 11 votes and I've got 64% robbery. I don't mind a couple people sticking this into bad decision. But even that I think is borderline insanity. This was never a close fight. Horrible.
Oh, okay. Tad's got a strong take on this Usman Chimaev fight.
Chimaev.
I'm curious. Very curious.
All right. So we'll throw up Usman and Chimaev into the I'm gonna end the poll on my side. Thanks for all of you guys who are contributing, by the way. Let's go. So we'll do Usman. I've got a pretty interesting take on this one as well, to be honest. So I'm gonna go close fight. Robbery. Sorry, close fight. Bad decision. I wish there was a way of making this faster. Fucking hell. Robbery. Sorry guys if I'm
gotta talk to the YouTube people about this.
And you have to do it too, yeah.
Should be able to like just copy and paste it. You know what I'm saying?
I have an opinion after watching it once. I think this is. Oh, you think Khamzat won 30-26? Wow. I'm going to give my take on this, and I'm going to let you guys cook as much as you want after. Let me go down to have a look at what I said about this. My points on this were rather short. And I'm gonna kind of contradict everything I've just said in regards to the first 2 fights we've just spoken about. Because I actually think I can kind of see where Aaron's coming from. I do think this was, or some of you are coming from. It was a close fight in some regards, but it was also at the same time like a borderline robbery. Now, the one thing I'm really interested to know what the chat thinks about this one is that first round.
Mm-hmm.
Because Chimaev was basically, well, by 2 of the judges, he was given a 10-8 round, and I've never accepted this. He landed 1 in 4 of his takedowns, and he landed a total of 16 strikes with 1 submission attempt in that round, which Kamaru kind of calmly navigated. Now, I know Kamaru was in trouble, but he never really looked like he was going to get choked out. Or I don't feel like he did. Like, I don't feel like... Basically, I can see arguments for a 10-8, but I feel like it was a soft 10-8, a very, very soft 10-8.
Mm-hmm.
In the second round, it does look close, with Kamaru landing only 11 significant strikes to Khamzat's 9, but 5 of those significant strikes from Chimaev were leg kicks. He got 1 takedown in that round, which Kamaru got up from immediately. And I have to remind ourselves that this is a damage-based sport. The issue with this fight, and the reason why I'm not that mad about it, is because there weren't a great level of strikes thrown from both men. In round 3, though, again, Kamaru outlanded him by 11 at a greater percentage, so he clearly won that round. So for me, this fight should have been a draw at best or a win for Kamaru. And that's if you take the first round as a 10-8, which I don't. I think that's greatly debatable. I think people going on like it was a guaranteed 10-8 is kind of bullshit to me. For me, it felt like Chimaev was kind of as soon as Chimaev got to the end of the first round and the second round started, it felt like he was surviving for the rest of the fight. So I felt like it was a bad decision. So I'd have it as bad decision because I felt like Usman should have got either a draw or a win, but it's a borderline robbery to me. And that's where I have it.
So this fight took place in Abu Dhabi, right? And I think that during this time, if anybody recalls, this is when the athletic commissions they had a meeting and they said that they were going to start to issue more 10-8s. And this is the cause for that 10-8 in that first round. Now, in regular terms, during the regular period of time, for what we thought that a 10-8 was, that was not a 10-8. It was a dominant round for a dominant 10-9 round. That's what I would call it in normal terms. But because of the way that the commission has pushed that 10-8, that's where that 10-8 came from. And taking that into consideration, giving him that 10-8, which I don't agree with, but giving him that 10-8, the other two rounds, I think that round 3 was clearly Kamaru's. Round 2, you could go either way. I probably lean Kamaru. That would make it a draw. So I think if you scored it based on the way that people saw things before the commission started to push 10-8s, then Kamaru won that fight. If you scored it based on the fact that you know that they just had this meeting and they're going to push these 10-8s down people's throats, then it's a draw. So
yeah. So either way,
it was a close fight.
Chimaev didn't win that fight.
Right. It was a close fight, but that was not the right decision.
No, I don't think it was. And again, if they've been consistent with that since, so if we'd had a whole bunch of fights where we had 10-8s popping up all over the place since then, I would have been like, do you know what? It's the new rule set. We have to adjust to it. But it felt like it was for one night only, or like very rarely has it happened since where we've had like, that's a 10-8.
It's happened. It has happened, but
you know what I mean? I mean, I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but it's been rare.
It hasn't been an epidemic of 10-8s, but you know just how it is in any sport. Like if in NFL, if they say, you know, we're going to start calling more holding plays during during whatever, at the very beginning of the season, they're going to call all them holding plays or holding calls, and then as you get further into the season, they forget that they ever said that. This is where we are now. We're further into it. And they forgot everything that they said
about it. Yeah.
So
it's just as a temporary measure to show people that they're trying to make positive changes. And then when they realize it's dumb, they just quietly abandon it. And that's what this felt like. But it's like I said, I think part of the reason why this, I will hold firm in my belief, that Usman should have got a result in this fight. I'm going with Weston when I say, first of all, I need to see damage for there to be a 10-8. I know Usman only got 2 significant strikes, and Jay-Z has I think it was 3 significant strikes actually in that round, but he never really felt in danger. And Hamza only had 16, and he also got 3 of his takedowns stuffed in a round where he's the most dominant.
Yeah,
I think that should factor in. Usman came out of that round fresh as a fucking daisy, whereas Chimaev was cooked. And I think that should matter. And I said, even if you give that to him as a 10-8, which I think is sketchy, it's very difficult to give him round 2, and you definitely can't give him round 3.
Yeah, for sure.
So Aaron, I agree with your takes in a lot of instances, but him winning, what is it, 30-26 is like, I don't see that, bro.
Yeah, that's bizarre, because if he won 30-26,
He would have had
Then
to have 10-8'd the first round
yeah,
and then won round 2 and 3.
that's
Bro,
asking a lot.
he
I don't think
definitely
that's
didn't
what
win round
happened.
3.
That's
There's no
asking a
way you
lot.
can give him round 3. But it ain't a
And
10-8.
to
It ain't
Western's
that
point
first
about
round to me
needing
weren't a 10-8.
to Western's point about needing damage for a 10-8, I don't necessarily need damage. I need danger. That's
Like
what I
you
need.
could be, the fight
Danger.
could be over.
Yeah.
The thing is, I do think Tats has taken an L on this one, but this is a rare L because he doesn't usually
No, he's nowhere
throw
on
up
point.
L's like that.
I just disagree with this one.
I disagree
But
with this opinion. So this ain't me ragging on you, bro. It's just I find that hard to. So to go to the poll, I've got it as a hang on. This one was much closer, to be fair. I've got close fight at 64%.
ooh.
And I got
Ooh.
11 votes. So
It's probably the 11 that we're gonna get to. I haven't got any on my side.
so I think we're gonna have to go with close fight. We're gonna have to go with the majority.
Mm.
And the thing is, yeah, I kind of get where people are coming from because the issue with this fight is it was a close fight. And the reason why you could veer away from saying it was a bad decision or a robbery is because both of them were very inactive. Like Usman landed, I think it was 11 significant strikes in the second round, and Chimaev landed 9. In the first round, Usman landed 3, and Chimaev landed, I think it was 16. Not
Yeah.
a lot of strikes were thrown in that fight. So you could say, all right, the decision was wrong, but it was very easy to get wrong because they both didn't do enough. So I'm actually all right with this being a close decision, so like, or a close fight, because from that perspective, it's like, well, you can't really complain that Chimaev won, but you couldn't have complained if Usman won as well. So I can kind of see
I can see where they're coming from with that.
From that perspective, when you frame it like that, it was a close decision, I guess. I'm kind of like, I get why people. If it was a case of they were both, like the Strickland and Duplessis one was another example on the other extreme, where they basically threw hands and knees and kicks and exchanged takedowns for the entire fight. Whereas this one felt like it was very low volume.
Yeah, it was very low volume. But like, to Western's point, he said that I like that we're all interpreting the fights in our own ways without really giving a fuck about the real judging criteria, free thinkers out here. Like, but that's the beauty of the sport.
Yeah.
And that's something I've talked about in a previous video about judging. You remember that video that we did about judging?
Oh yeah.
And is judging bad for the UFC? And I was like, I don't think so. I think the bad judging is good. Because it creates these conversations. We wouldn't even be having conversations like this if the judging was on point all the time, because there'd be no controversy. There'd be no push for people to make sure that they finish the fight and leave the judges out of it. If there's anything that Dana said right, that's one of them, is leave the judges out of it, because you do not know what you're going to get. You don't know what they're looking at, and you don't know how credentialed they are in seeing what it is that you were doing. So leave them out of it, finish it. So I think that this is the point. This is why they haven't gone leaps and bounds to try to fix it, or put computers in it, or have everybody vote on it, like using the verdict polls to determine who the winner is, because they want this.
Yeah. It creates conversation. It's like, do you remember, like, I know we haven't talked about it yet, but we're going to at some point, and it might be a little bit of a spoiler for that. But like when we do you remember when we were watching the Kara France and the Amir Albazi fight? And I was literally like so tired going through that card. I was like, this card is shit. I just want it to be over. I don't care. I'm going to bed. As soon as I can see the decision, I'm going straight to bed. And then when they read out Amir Albazi winning that fight, I literally spent the next 4 hours on Twitter going at everyone who said Albazi won that fight.
Yeah.
And I think everyone else did as well. I think everyone jumped on immediately, and they wanted to get their voices heard about how they felt about that.
Yep. I mean, and that's the conversation that they want us to have right there is on these, especially on fights that aren't with big names like the Kattar France and Amir Albazi. Nobody knows who Amir Albazi is, and only a couple of more people know who Kattar France are, and they're probably related to him. So, like, for a fight that nobody really cared about, we're still talking about it. We're still talking about it.
I'm still angry about it, and I don't even like Kai France. I like him as a fighter to some extent. I think he's a weird guy. But yeah, we might as well have a quick conversation about that one. That was one of the clearest. That's one of the worst robberies in the sport for me. This one, and I'm not going to go too far into it because I've mentioned about how angry it made me and how I headed. But if you look at it from any metric, yeah, Kai France landed double the significant strikes and attempted double the strikes that Albazi did, right? Kai France landed 2 out of 2 takedowns. And Albazi landed 1 in 9. In round 1, Kai France landed double the significant strikes. In round 2, okay, he only got 5 more significant strikes. In round 3, he landed triple the strikes that Albazi landed. If that's not stark enough for you, in the 4th round, he landed 5 times what Albazi landed. And again, he doubled him in round 5. Albazi landed 11% of his takedowns. So in no measurable way, no matter what way you try to spin it, no matter what metric you look at, takedowns, control time, significant strikes landed, percentage of strikes landed, strikes thrown, there is no measurable way that you can give Amir Albazi this fight. I had it 4-1, and there's a very strong case that it could have been 5-0. And now, and as a result of that, the reason it makes me even more sick, this fight in particular, neither man has fought again since that fight, and it's been a year. And Albazi's holding onto that fucking free rank like a one-armed fucking inmate. And Kai France hasn't fought again either against anyone.
Nope.
So not only was it a blatantly shit robbery, it's just left that 2 very high slots in the division in complete limbo. If this isn't a robbery, I don't know what is a robbery. I really don't.
I didn't even have to watch this one again. I didn't have to watch it.
I didn't need
no need. I knew what happened. And I felt the same way. I was being generous when I said it was a 4-1. But that fight wasn't close. Kattar France showed that he was levels above him. Albazi had nothing for him. And Kattar France should have already had a title shot at this point. But no, we had Albazi, who was scheduled to fight Moreno, had to pull out. Moreno loses that fight, and against Royval, and now Royval is in position to do what he needs to do. So I don't know what y'all gonna think. I mean, we haven't thrown up the poll yet, but like,
no, I don't think we really need to. I'm being real. I don't mean to be a cunt here, yeah, but like, I'm not wasting my time typing that in for 10 seconds when we all know how dumb it was. And the thing is, yeah, like Western, that card was so dog shit. Like it literally got to the point, yeah, when the main event was going to happen, I wasn't even going to watch it. And I'm very rarely that kind of guy. Like I usually stick it by to the end, yeah. I was literally like, I'm not watching this. Like I'm so bored, I don't care, but I stuck through, and it was so bad, yeah. It just rejuvenated me. I was furious. And I remember laying in bed, like I said, for the next 3 hours, and I was just going off on everyone that said Albazi won that fight. There weren't that many of them, but I was literally going through the scroll, being like, right, where are these Albazi bastards? I'm gonna go for all of them.
Their last names were all named Albazi.
Albazi, yeah. It was Mummy Albazi, Daddy Albazi. They were all up in the. It's one of the worst robberies I've ever seen. Like if you want to show somebody how to define what a robbery is, that's the one.
That's the one we always use as an example.
There's no like I said, there's no measurable way you can say he won that fight. Like there have been loads of fights in the past where I've been like, it was bad, and we're gonna get to some of them. There are some fights on this list here that people see universally as robberies that I don't think apply. But this is not one of them. This was awful, and it's left the division fucked up. All right, so we'll stick a fork in that one. What do you guys want to do next? What's next up? I'll throw whichever one you guys mentioned first. So just to clarify, let me have a look at what we've put up. We've done Strickland DDP. We've done Kattar and Emmett. We've done Kattar, France, and Albazi. We've got John Jones and Dominick Reyes. McGregor versus Diaz 2. We've done Usman versus Chimaev. We've got GSP and Hendricks. John Jones and Alexander Gustaffson 1. Cory, Sandhagen, and Chito Vera. Weili and Joanna Jędrzejczyk 1. Izzy versus Rob 2. And Gleison Tibau versus Khabib. All right, so Aaron slipped in there with Sandhagen versus Chito. I think we can talk about that.
Yeah.
And we can talk about Joel Alvarez versus Elvis Brenner at some point as well, because it didn't get into the list, but we can definitely add that to the second one. Oh, so you want to do Robin Izzy too? All right, so we've got Jay-Z and Aaron were the first in them, because Aaron's vetoing himself. We'll talk about Robert Whittaker and Izzy too. So let's throw up a poll first. So we've got we're gonna make it very, because obviously we're not talking about the first fight. That was Whittaker.
That was not a robbery.
That was not a robbery. No. But I am gonna clarify that it is 2. So we've got close fight, bad decision, and a robbery. All right, there we go. I'm gonna stick my vote in, because even though I'm moderating this, I feel like I should have my ridiculous say. Okay. Jay-Z saying robbery. I'm kind of hang on a second. My ESPN app is just. I'm surprised. Oh, NBA draft starts now. Oh, Stephen A's hosting it. I definitely ain't watching that shit. All right. So my thoughts on Whittaker and Izzy.
Accidental click on robbery. Mikey did.
Hang on a sec. Because I do have a fair amount to say about this one as well. Do you want to go first on what you think of this one? Or I can go first. I don't mind.
So I watched it, and first of all, it made me forget, or it reminded me of how good Israel's footwork is when he's fighting somebody that he doesn't fear, their one punch knockout power. Like, I feel like, I mean, not that he feared that against Sean Strickland. He was just stupid against that one. But when he fought Alex Pereira, everything was just, he was just trotting backwards. With Robert, like, he didn't fear anything coming back from him, and he was always on the front foot. So that was impressive. He had a knockdown early on in the fight, but it didn't deter Robert Whittaker during that fight, which was very different from what happened in the first fight. That being said, at no point did I think that Robert Whittaker was going to win the fight. I thought it was a close fight. I thought it was a very close fight. And I thought that he did some really, really good things in the fight. But I didn't think that he was winning the fight. And I think that I could see where people could give him certain rounds and things of that nature. But I just think it was just a close fight. I think it was a close fight. I still gave it to Izzy, but it was just a close fight. Definitely wasn't a robbery. Definitely wasn't that. And I don't see it was. I think that it was the right decision. I just think it was close.
All right. I've got a different take. Now the thing is, this is a tough one for me, because everyone knows I don't have to say it. Everyone knows I'm not the biggest Israel Adesanya fan, but I did rewatch this one again today because I'm like, you know, I'm going to try and put my bias aside, and I'm going to try and be objective about this one. And I'll be honest, that was very, very hard for me, and I'm not sure if I succeeded or not. But I'm going to try and do my best here. Now, if you look at the strike count, the overall significant strikes throughout the entire fight, Izzy landed 20 more overall, but 29 of those strikes were pot shot leg kicks that were either checked or grazed, like they barely landed. So I'm kind of like, the overall strikes, I'm like, meh. But that doesn't really matter because, again, it's a round by round sport. Whittaker landed slightly more to the head and slightly less to the body throughout the fight, so it's fairly even on that count. Rewatching the fight, I felt that Whittaker landed more significantly in rounds 2, 3, and 5. And he also landed 40% of his takedowns for 4 minutes of ground and pound control. And he did that over 3 rounds. So he did that in rounds, I think it was 3, 4, and 5, where he landed a significant takedowns in each of those rounds. And he got 4 minutes of complete control time with ground and pound during those rounds. Now, am I going to say this was a robbery? The hater in me, the person in me that really hates Izzy, and I really do, would say yes. But the realist in me has to say that it probably wasn't. I feel like it was like a relatively close fight. But for me, it kind of falls more into the bad decision. Because watching it back, even though it was relatively close, for me, it was 2 very clear rounds to Izzy, and 3 very clear rounds to Whittaker. So even though it was a close fight, I felt the rounds kind of scored themselves. Like, if you're looking at every metric in terms of who landed the more significantly, who had the most control, if you're going by what we knew about the judging criteria, for me, Whittaker clearly won 3 rounds and Izzy clearly won 2. So for me, it's more of a bad decision than an outright robbery, because you can make a case for Israel Adesanya winning the fight. But I think it's a weak-ass one. And I think Whittaker won the fight 3-2. And if you look what's happened to his career afterwards, it's like he didn't get near the belt again. And he's had to go through fucking God knows what.
Man, he's had to go through all
Murderer's
kinds of
Row
stuff
again to get anywhere near the belt. It's kind of fucked up.
All kinds to get back.
So that's the issue. And then meanwhile, it's still affecting him to this day, where Israel Adesanya can lose 2 and 3 title fights and then walks back into another title defense, and Whittaker wins another 3 in a row, and they're like, yeah, man, he's gonna have to fight Strickland now. It's like, nah, bro. Nah. How you doing, Cheddar? So that's where I stand on it. I'm like, I feel like this was not a robbery. It was a bad decision. How you doing, Machua? It's not fucked up to go through Murderer's Row. But that's what I'm saying. Like, he doesn't deserve to get that treatment after a fight that he arguably should have won. And now he's still not going to get a title shot, despite fighting 3 times since Israel Adesanya's been, playing with his dog's fucking balls for the last 9 months. And that's where I'm at with that. So how are we doing in the votes? Because we're gonna have to put this somewhere. All right, I've got 13 votes, and only 8% of people said it was a close fight. I've got 31% of people saying it was an outright robbery, and I've got 62% saying it was a bad decision. So unless you can veto me on this one, he's gonna have to go in bad decision, the prick.
So I got a couple of people that are saying it's a close fight.
So how many would you say you've got? Because we can solve this right now.
It's just 2.
It's just 2. So I've got like hang on. So 13 votes, 62%. So I've got, I think, 8 people or 9 people saying it was a bad decision, I've got literally 1 person in my 13 saying it was either that it was a close fight. So even if you throw your 2 on, I think as a compromise, I think it's got to be bad decision.
Bad decision it is.
It's got to be bad decision.
That's surprising. That's surprising. Okay.
But I'll let the poll stand up for a little while longer in case anybody else. Yeah, while we're transitioning to the next robbery on the, I need to give some shout outs. Paradox to Chad did a really great video on Stephen Thompson earlier, which really fucking cracked me up. So we need to give Paradox a boost so that he makes more so that he doesn't get discouraged and makes more videos of that ilk, because it was legit funny. Who else do I need to give a shout out here to? I need to give a shout out to well, everyone who kind of participates in getting people over to the community and whatnot. Yeah, that video was hysterical. I laughed my fucking ass off at that video. It was funny.
Guru might come over.
Guru might come over, yeah. I definitely might have a few choice words if I ever bump into him. We need to make sure we get big enough so I can just I can go at him and he might actually listen this time. Rather than just be like peon and just brush me to the side. Which, to be fair, he's kind of got a point. So I think the fact that I will say this though, the fact that it was, even though more people felt it was even though more people did feel it was a bad decision, there was a kind of a very interesting split of votes across the board.
Yeah, it was.
So it kind of goes to show that like some people are retarded. It's a fucking terrible decision. That's what I'm going with.
I was kind of thinking the same way as Mikey, like, especially going into it, I was like, Izzy won that fight. Like, I know that, you know, a lot of people don't like him, but he won the fight. But going into it, I mean, after seeing it, like, I can understand. You know, I can see both ways of it.
Yeah.
Even though
Paradox. There were a few lines, by the way, in that video that I really loved. But the highlight for me was there were several funny things you said throughout that video. But at the end, when you were like, "Yeah, I've just been talking a whole load of bollocks that I've just made up, but it's all true," was like really funny to me. It was a funny way to pull the curtain down and end that one.
Bro,
I was like, "Yeah, I've been talking complete bullshit. I'm lying, but it's all true." Like and subscribe. I thought it was fantastic.
No, on his he did a live a watch along. Me and Western were in there, and he was drinking beer. I mean, it did kind of sound like he was drinking out of a sippy cup. I don't know if he was, but it was it definitely, it sounded like, you know, my toddler's cup over here. And every time he drink, he'd go across the room to drink it. Yeah, it was hilarious.
Yeah, no, Paradox is funny to me, man. I can't wait to see what else he does. Yeah, that was the one where I was like, when you said something about how he took his, what is it? He took his cup or something and smashed it over Sage Northcutt's head and then put him into a coma. There were other parts there where I thought you made some good points. Like I thought tricking Kevin Holland was a legit point. Because he did trick Kevin Holland. And depriving us of that excellent Mikael Pereira fight was also a very good point. And him hating fat people again was another fair point. When it was hilarious. It was hilarious. I strongly recommend it if you haven't. Get over to Paradox to Chad.
Yeah, man.
Because if we can keep pushing him to make content like that, it will just make the MMA space a better place. Yeah, we can get onto Sandhagen and Vera now. Now, the reason why I don't feel like we really need a poll for this one, because the weird thing about this one, obviously, is that Sandhagen won the fight, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think some people are going to be scratching their heads with it. They're going to be like, why is this a robbery? And secondly, it's like, we could have had Sandhagen versus, what's his name? TJ Dillashaw on here. We could have had Sandhagen versus Piotr Yan on here as well. The reason why I wanted to talk about this one is because not only was it like not only was it a, oh, do you know what? I'm not sure if you want to talk about this one first. I'm happy to get into it. This was a different kind of robbery to me.
Yeah, when I watched it, I was like, dang, did I forget like how this fight went? Like, why am I watching this? Why is this one in here? And once I started watching it, I was like, oh, okay. I see why this is in here. So I watched the first round, and as usual, Chito starts slow or whatnot. I watched the second round. Chito's still not doing anything. Cory's doing whatever he wants to do. In the third round, in between the second and the third round, his corner's saying like, "What are you doing? Are you here? Like, what's going on?"
His corner is shouting at him, saying, "You're not here. You're not in the fight at all. Fucking wake up!"
Yeah,
and they were shouting it loud enough to where the judges could obviously hear what they were saying.
Yeah,
you've lost. You've won none of these rounds. What the fuck are you doing, Marlon? Do something. You're embarrassing this gym. You know, they were going in.
Level 3.
Continue.
I mean, level 3. The third round was a lot better. Some might argue that he won it. Some might argue that he didn't, but it was a lot closer. And then round 4 happened. I feel like he went back to what he did in round 1. And then round 5 happened, and pretty much the same thing for the most part. You could arguably give him the third round. I think it was a toss-up. So at best, I think it was 4-1. However, the scorecards were very different. Cory Sandhagen won that fight via split decision. That's a bad decision. It's a bad decision that could have destroyed Cory Sandhagen's career. I don't think that, like, it wasn't a robbery. Obviously, the right person won. It was not a close fight. That's a terrible decision. Awful.
Yeah. This is another situation where it's like, whatever metric you look at. Now we could just walk away from this and say, oh, you know, Cory won the fight, so let's move on. Nah, mate, fuck you. We're not doing that. We're talking about this because this was literally a 25-minute beatdown. It would be like if it was very similar to if, you know, when Vera fought Sean O'Malley. If they'd given Vera a split decision, it would have almost been as bad.
Yeah.
It's every metric you can go to. Significant strikes landed, accuracy of strikes. He landed more to the head, body, and legs. He had more control time. He had 7 minutes and 8 seconds of control time compared to 9 seconds that Marlon Vera had. He outstruck and controlled him in every single round. Anything other than a 50-45 in this fight is ridiculous. And as we said, a judge gave this to Vera. So, and the thing is, I love Marlon Vera. I do. But he got fucked up in every measurable way. And for me, the reason why I'd have it as a robbery rather than a bad decision is because it kind of led to Vera getting a title shot. And for dumb fucks that didn't watch the fight, and there are many of them out there, they're going to see this fight on Tapology or whatever, and they're going to see that it's a split decision, and they're going to think, oh yeah, like Marlon Vera had a close fight with Cory Sandhagen, which is categorically untrue. He fucked him up for 5 rounds. I'm willing to go 4-1. But that is like, yeah. And the reason why it's a robbery is because it diminishes a really great win that Cory Sandhagen had. And again, it goes on his record as a split decision, like it was anywhere near close. It fucking wasn't. It was awful.
Nope.
It was awful. And the reason why, like I said, the reason why it goes from a bad decision to a robbery is because of what happened afterwards. Cory Sandhagen then has to fight Rob Font. Marlon Vera gets the title shot. It's crazy. Who's Joel Ojeda? Yoel Ojeda.
That's one of the judges.
Oh, is that the judge? That's mad. Chito literally got his head, like he was battered the entire, like he was controlled, he was beaten up, he was fighting off submissions, he was destroyed in that fight. And the 5th round might have been the worst one. The 5th round might have been the worst of the lot. Crazy. I mean, when Chris Lee's getting it right, you know something's gone horribly wrong. If it had been Chris Lee, I'd have been like, there was definitely a suitcase under the table. Appreciate that, Tats. You're the man, bro. So yeah, the reason why I didn't really want to do a poll for this one is because, and obviously in terms of it's not really a robbery in the conventional sense, but the reason why I felt like we needed to include this fight is because it's one of the first times when I've seen the right fighter win the fight, and me feeling like, God damn, they robbed that man.
Yeah.
They stole something from Cory Sandhagen that night. That's what it felt like.
So I pulled up the scorecard. If you want to look at it.
Yeah, if you're gonna do bad MMA aftermath, that's a fair point, Weston. But the thing is, somebody had to win that fight. And to be fair, they gave Strickland a very winnable fight. If he goes on and doesn't get anything after beating Paulo Costa and they make him fight Whitaker, then you've got a very strong case for like bad MMA aftermath. Because I think that factors in. I think that factors into a robbery. I really do. I really do. And we're virgin on that. We're definitely virgin on that. Purple shorts are official. Ian Gary is wearing. He's the thing is, yeah,
BBL Gary.
He's asking for it at this point, isn't he?
He's.
Let's pull this up. I'm biting. I'm fucking biting. You got me. Wait a minute. Let's pull up these fruity shorts. Let's do it. Where are they? For some reason I can't see them. Purple is a royal color. I know, but not on Ian. I feel like Ian Gary's asking for it at this point. I feel like he's actually baiting us. Like I think he's realized, yeah, that Ian Gary was the person who like wanted to be loved and was accidentally hated, and now he's like, do you know what? Everyone's gonna hate me anyway, so I might as well just lean into it as much as possible. And to be fair, it's kind of smart. It's kind of smart.
What do you think it happened
about it?
Is Omega Sci-Fi? No, he's not. No, he's not.
So do you guys want to continue with this robbery tier list, or do you want to give it a little break? Because we've literally been going strong now for like an hour and a half on one topic, and I feel like if you guys want to get a little bit more general for a while, we can do that and just talk about things that you feel like talking about, news and MMA. Or if you want to continue with the robbery tier list, we can do that. I'm leaving it to you guys. Because it is something that we are going to revisit. Continue with it when the ITP raid comes in. That works for me. So Anton, we'll hit pause on it for a second.
Okay. That's cool.
And we'll wait for the ITP raid so we can get more votes up in this bitch. Macy Barber being out. I'm willing to talk about that.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, let's see.
Here's the deal. Let's all get in one chat. Yeah, that would be fucking brilliant. If we could get everyone over at Frankie and Jax, that would be great, because we are going to eventually migrate these kind of videos. Like when it's going to be Frankie and Jax on, it's going to be us two only on that channel in a couple of months. Whereas I'm only doing going to be doing stuff, with me and phone-ins and stuff on this channel or on my main channel. So whenever I appear with Jax, starting in the next couple of months from now, it's just going to be over there. I want to talk about Reyes versus Jones. We can definitely talk about that. When we get the raid coming in, that's the first fight we'll talk about.
Yeah.
I'm willing to go. Mikey deserves to have some say. Close the other streams by now. Yeah, so as far as Macy Barber goes, I know Tracy Cortez has taken that fight. I didn't care about it will surprise you to hear that I didn't care about Rose and Macy Barber whatsoever. So I didn't really care when it was cancelled. And for me, the fact that we're getting Tracy Cortez, who has Bunda, I'm kind of happy with the replacement. And I'm just going to leave it because I think Macy Barber is hideous. And if we're going to have a fucking female fight that we're forced to endure as a main event, she might as well have cake. So I, for one, am happy with this. And that's all I've got to say about it.
I'm happy about it. Just to see, like obviously, I think the Rose should, in the same fashion that not the same way, but in the same way that I thought that Rob was going to beat Ikram, I think that Rose should beat Tracy. I'm not saying it's going to be a first round knockout, but I think that she should win, convincingly. That being said, I do like the fact that Tracy is getting that opportunity to jump up there and fight her, because who she was scheduled to fight wasn't really going to advance her in the division.
And probably
And
rightfully so.
yeah, so I think it's cool for her. It's the same treatment that Diego Lopez is getting. It's the same treatment that Sean O'Malley got, when he fought Peter Yan. It's an opportunity, and she's taking it. And I think it's dope. I think it'll be a more marketable fight, because, like you said, like there's people who are Macy Barber fans, but I think that Tracy Cortez has a bigger fan base. So, especially in Denver, Denver has a lot of Mexican people there, so it's going to be pretty good for that area as well.
Fair play. So did the Costa Rica and Brazil match end in a draw?
Which one?
The Copa America match. I saw it was 0-0 at like 70 minutes. That's a big draw for the Costa Ricans if they got that. Costa Rica's not a bad football team as well. They've done pretty well in the last few World Cups, but getting a draw against Brazil is pretty big. Would you put Tracy Cortez on the UFC Sphere card? Yeah.
If she can make it. I mean, what's this? Is June? I mean, it's September. This time. Absolutely.
Yeah, I would.
Mexican fighter. If you can get Yair on that thing, you better throw him on there. If you can get Chiwiwis on there, you better throw him on there too.
They should throw her on there and Ortega on there just to see the awkward interactions between the two of them. That'd be nice. Just to fuck with Brian Ortega. That'd be fun. Yeah, Tracy Cortez should be on every card. I was gonna say this. I was gonna say she should be on my balls as well, but I didn't want to go too far. She's got a little bit of a funny face, but she's definitely, and the thing is, she's not a bad fighter. She's really not. She's decent. She's at least exciting to watch.
Yeah,
to some extent. She picks up wins, she picks up losses, but she's not technically terrible. I just don't. I think Rose is going to be way too good for her. And I don't want to see Rose winning anymore.
I'm a Rose fan, so I do want her to continue winning. Let's see. Yeah. So Tracy was originally supposed to fight Miranda Maverick, who, yeah, I think that may have been a bad fight for her, because that's a big old girl, man. But this fight's a bad one too, so it's not going to really matter. But
I'm surprised they didn't stick Miranda Maverick in against Rose.
Well, is Miranda ranked? I don't even think that she's.
I don't think Tracy Cortez is ranked either, though.
She is ranked. I think she's ranked.
Sure about that? I think she dropped out.
She may have. Let me see.
Because Tracy Cortez is coming off a loss, isn't she?
No.
Hang on.
She hasn't. She's 11-1.
I often mix up
She's
Tracy
only lost one fight.
and Tabitha Ritchie for obvious reasons. Tracy Cortez has only lost once.
Yeah.
She beat Jasmine Jasudavicius, which is actually quite a good win.
Mm-hmm.
And she beat Melissa Gatto, who's still doing quite well. And so she's on a 3-fight win streak. Is that correct?
Let me see.
4 fights. How often does this girl fight? 5 fights.
She went away for a while. For a while.
So Tracy,
no, she hasn't lost since 2017. She lost her first professional fight.
She hasn't lost since.
Her
first professional fight.
Yeah,
so she's actually on an 11-fight win streak. Of course, she should be fighting Rose. This is a ridiculous conversation. Why did we ever doubt her? I think she might win. I'm changing my pick.
You said Ronan hates Macy because he thought Miranda beat her. Miranda did beat her. in that
Miranda
fight.
did beat
But
Macy.
um,
Macy's lost it. Macy's been on the good end of a few split decisions that shouldn't have gone her way.
didn't she lose to Roxanne Modafferi though?
Yeah, she tore out her ACL in that fight, but that's no
Yeah, that's what it
excuse.
was.
If I saw somebody get shot in the neck against Roxanne Modafferi, I'd still expect them to see out the decision. Quite honestly,
Yeah,
Miranda Maverick beat Macy Barber.
you did.
That's another one that I was thinking of putting that on the robbery, and then I was like, I don't care. I was gonna put that on a robbery tier list, and I'm like, this isn't worth any of my time. We'll just say that Maverick should have won that fight and just leave it there if it comes up. And that's just how I feel.
Well, I won't bank on that one.
The Miranda robbery saved Macy's career. Yeah, the holy gap belt. The UFC might be prepared to go down that avenue. I wouldn't object.
Yeah, but if Tracy wins, like they've got an interesting marketing ploy at the top of the division, so
yeah,
that'll make it interesting.
Weston saying Macy went the distance with Roxanne on one knee. And while I agree with you, I do agree with you, she did go the distance. Let's remember, yeah, that that Roxanne basically saw that she was hurt and she just completely took her foot off the gas.
Mm-hmm.
Like she saw that her leg was fucked and she was like, you know what? And because your fingers, she was kicking at her leg and she realized how cooked she was. And you know what she thought? You know, I'll just take her down and lay on top of her for the rest. I've got this one. Like that was a mercy win if I've ever seen one. He was literally like, nah. It felt dirty to finish her off in that situation. So she pretty much just took her down and laid on her for the rest of the fight, which was a very noble thing to do. Let's not act like Macy was standing up and kicking away and like was in the fight in any way, shape, or form, or she got let off the hook.
She was surviving. Mikey said Tracy ain't winning against Rose. She's not that good. She's a good fighter, and all, but levels his thing. That's exactly what I was saying about comparing it to the Robert Whittaker and Ikram fight. Like that's what Whittaker showed. Like there's clearly levels to this.
All right, okay, shut up.
To this thing.
Can I ask something here? Has Tracy Cortez been fighting at flyweight for the majority of her career?
Let's find out. Because I don't think so. Well, actually, yes, she has.
Because the thing is, I know that Rose is technically a better fighter, yeah, but she's looked horrible, and I mean horrible, at flyweight. She was awful against Manon Fiorot. I know she says she broke her hand, but it was the Rebus fight that really where I was like, ugh, because Rebus is not that good, and that was a close fight. So maybe Cortez could give her more of a run for her money than we expect. It feels like Rose is very much on the decline, whereas Cortez is clearly on a ride, and she's obviously massive streak, younger. She hasn't been in as many wars.
True.
It's not as weird. Go with, I don't know. Maybe she does have a chance. What are the odds on that fight as well?
Let me see if they put them out.
Because if we can get Cortez at like plus 300 or something, that might be. You know how I say I never bet on women's favorites, but I do bet on women's underdogs in the right situation. This might be one of those fights. It's hard to tell with women because everyone except Prime Valentina looks kind of shit, but it's just women in it. Yeah, fair. Fairs. Let me just double check. What have you thrown up there, Aaron? Oh, it's the live for Frankie and Jax, which we do need people going over to 100%. We've got up to 30 subscribers now, which is great. It's better than where we were at.
That's
But
what's
we've only
up.
had the channel open for a week, so the more people we get over there is obviously fantastic.
Hey, we got 7 people in the chat over there too. So
That's fantastic. That's
starting to get popping. Starting to get
popping.
Let's see. So looking at the odds, they got Rose at minus 185 and Tracy at plus 160.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
that's
they
not
think
broad
it's
enough for
close.
me. I'm all right with
They
that.
think it's
Thank
pretty,
you. I'm
pretty
not
close.
betting on that. Fuck that. I think if I could have gotten Rose at like Tracy Cortez at like plus 250, I would have been all over that.
Is this one where you would feel comfortable still betting the over on rounds?
Yeah. Yeah. I do plus 2.5 though. I wouldn't do plus 4.5. Because we just haven't seen Tracy in that situation.
True. But I would say if anybody is like super crazy bored and you just need a fight in the background on while you're doing something else, throw on a Tracy Cortez and Jasmine Jasdavicius fight, and you'll see like Tracy's improvement with her striking. Because before she was primarily a wrestler, and now she's really added some confident striking into her game. So I think that the fight will be very interesting.
I can get behind that. And Jasdavicius is a well-aged win. She's looked very, very good. I know she had that loss against, what's that shit Greek girl, the one who keeps winning by split decision when she's always losing. The one who keeps jumping in people's laps. God, I hate that. I hate that.
Demopoulos.
Demopoulos.
Vanessa Demopoulos.
She's like the anti-Angela Hill. Like she gets gifted so many fucking decisions, that girl. But yeah, no, I mean, Macho, you could throw like Cyborg, Rose, and you could throw at Weili's had some KOs in there. Like she KO'd Andrade. The KO that she got on Joanna Jędrzejczyk, the second one, was straight filth as well. That spinning elbow. Oh.
Yeah.
It was gross.
You
don't
see that a lot.
Even Molly McCann, as much as I hate her, that spinning back fist she got on what's her face?
It was spinning back elbow, wasn't it?
Spinning back elbow, yeah. And she did it twice, didn't she? Did you see Shara Bullet call out Kevin Holland while holding an iguana?
Yeah,
Shara Bullet is embracing this entire pirate thing, and I fucking love it because the thing is, he's shit. So having a gimmick is a really very good idea for this man. He's going to get fraud checked very, very soon. It's probably going to be in his next fight. So he might as well like try and get himself a few movie roles. You know, go all the way.
Yeah, man. His takedown defense.
Shevchenko and I. Jessica I is another women's fighter that I'm glad she's not around anymore because I fucking hate that whore as well. Too far. How we doing, Smelly Fingers? I haven't seen you around for a bit, bro. I hope you're doing good. Was he born like that, or was he the victim of some kind of accident? I don't know.
I don't know where the source of the eye came from. I'm not sure. It's got to be out there somewhere.
No. I feel like it should have been the first thing I typed in when his face popped up on the first time he appeared on UFC TV. I should have been like, why is his eye like that? Do you know what I mean? That should have been the first thing. I guess I've matured a bit. But still, I want to know.
Let me see.
And we've got, like I said, across the 3 channels, we've got 27 people up in here now, which is sick. So we've actually got good, and like I said, do subscribe to all the channels. It's much appreciated. I know it's very greedy to ask for free subs, but it is free.
It's just 3 clicks. It's easy. So he went to go train in Thailand at some point, and he started having issues with his eye, and he had like 8 surgeries to try to fix it, and then they said that the removal is the best course of action, and that's kind of
I kind of feel so sorry, a little bit sorry for him now. That sounds like 7 surgeries too many. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So after the first one, it should be, oh, bro, let's just take it out. To go through 8 surgeries to get to that conclusion is nasty.
Yeah.
And if it was inflicted while he was fighting, that makes it even worse to me. But it's a dangerous sport, man. It is what it is.
It is. It is.
Draft chaos right now. What's going on with the draft? I wouldn't mind some updates on this, Aaron, because I can't be fucked to watch it because I don't really want to listen to Stephen A. Smith. Whenever he's involved in anything now, I'm just like, fuck that. I can't listen to that dude. Yeah, man, no shit. No shit. 8 surgeries is way too many.
Yes.
I kind of feel bad for him now.
Ridiculous. Oh, I see what you're talking about, Aaron. The Wizards are trading Denny Advia for Malcolm Brogdon. This is still gonna be terrible. It's not gonna matter.
Yeah. I think the draft's going to be more interesting for the trades than anything else than for who gets drafted because nobody gives a shit about who gets drafted on this one. Reminds me of Bisping. If you got it fighting, you have to give him all the respect. Yeah. The thing is, it's a difficult one to make fun of anyway because if he was born with it, you're like, that's rough. But if he was like, jerking off one day and he accidentally shot in his own eyeball and it happened that way, then you can kind of make fun. But it's like if he got kicked in the eyeball or he was born with it, you'd have to be some kind of level of scumbag to make fun of that.
Yeah.
Especially if he gets it fighting or if he's born with it. That's just, that's grim. That's grim.
Yeah, I didn't see what happened in Thailand, but whatever it was, happened in Thailand.
The thing is,
you went there. It's a crazy place.
We've obviously spent time, like, you've been to Thailand, right? Or you haven't?
No, I haven't.
Bro, over there, yeah, it's rules don't necessarily apply. I'll put it that way. There ain't a commission over there that's saying we shouldn't be doing this, fellas. It's like fucking, like I've seen kids fighting over there. I've seen animals fighting people.
Animals.
There ain't exactly a strict rule set or a complaints department. Frankie did that once, scarred him for life, way more than once. I'm actually pissed off that you think that's only happened to me one time. I'm insulted. Accidents happen, especially if you're not Thai. Yeah, they put you in there with some absolute. What they do as well in Thailand, yeah, which is really clever, is like if you're a foreigner, yeah, in your first fight, they put you in there with like a bum that you can beat up a little bit, so you get a bit happy with yourself. And then they switch it up the second time and put you in there with somebody who is legit a fucking monster, and then just laugh at you while you get your absolute teeth kicked in, and worse. Rightfully so, because some those Thai guys are hard as nails. Like they got shin bones made out of fucking adamantium over there. But yeah, you definitely get set up. But it's entertaining as hell to watch, though. For sure.
Oh, I got another fight for you. Another fight that's in the works. I don't think it's been like fully announced. But so apparently for the Utah card, they got Raquel Pennington against Juliana Pena.
No.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake. I was hoping they were going to bypass that dog shit. I think Pennington was it. I know she's relatively injured, but she's thinking, if I don't take the Pena fight soon, they're going to throw me in there with Harrison, and I'm just going to get steamrolled. Nobody wants that fight.
That's what they're fighting for.
I've heard that they're going to put Max Holloway and Ilia Topuria on that same card as well.
Yeah, and I think that's probably why they're trying to stash this one to see if they can use the Max Holloway and Topuria fight to cover it up.
And you got to cover that shit up. Wolverine's offspring, Hornets with the super reach. And that's going to be a pay-per-view. Yeah, they will make that the main event.
It'll probably be a co-main.
I mean, they've got to have Holloway and Tapia as the main event, of course. But even that being a co-main is a disgrace. Juliana Pena should not be getting a title shot. She shouldn't even be fighting the UFC.
She's getting the honorary Colby Covington title shot.
Yeah, it's bound to be the co-main. I mean, I know you can read
title shot. I mean, title fight. Got to be co-main.
I can mostly read. I'm covering it up. I'm a sub-average 5 out of 10 reader, despite being a professor back in the day. I blagged it for like a long time. No, those are two very, very terrible. And the reason why I don't like it, the reason why I don't like the Tapuria one and Holloway one, I mean, why would they put that fight in Utah and risk the altitude fucking up the output in that fight? It seems like a strange decision to me. Like, a lot of people were coming out and saying, oh, it's bad for one or the other. Like, it's really bad for Holloway because of this, and it's really bad for Tapuria for that. It's potentially bad for both of them, which is a really, really weird decision to me. We saw when that Utah fight went down the last time. I mean, I know that we had Paulo Costa and Luke Rockhold on that card, which was entertaining for all the wrong reasons. But it's like the majority of that card, you literally had people running on fumes midway through the first round.
Yeah, I don't know why they keep doing these cards there, but I mean, they signed a contract now. They got to do something there,
but don't put in.
I don't like
it. Card, then it's never too late to make a change. 100%. I think like just put put Juliana Pena on there and Raquel Pennington by all means. That's a Utah worthy card. Don't put Ilya and Max on there, for the love of God. If both of them end up,
that's gonna be a bad card. It's gonna be really rough.
Books are for nerds. Yeah. Yeah, you got me there. You're not going to get any resistance on that one. For sure. But that's big news. I guess the quicker we get Pena and Pennington out of the way, the better.
Yeah, for sure. That's really all that I was saying. That's kind of how I felt about the Leon and Bilal fight. Like, just get it done, man. It's gonna happen. It has to happen, or he's gonna keep on crying. Like, keep on. You got to do the fight. You have to.
I don't care if he keeps on crying. Fuck him. Crying shouldn't get you a title shot. Moaning at basically what Juliana Pena does, which is just the worst part of all of it, is she gets on her Ariel Helwani tour. I mean, she must have been on Ariel Helwani's show about 40 times at this point, in between fights.
Super.
She does a little tour. She interviews with people. She says obnoxious things, and she gets her name thrust back in there. I'm curious about 306. O'Malley, Merab, and Grasso Chev for the main and co-main after what Dana has been hyping up would be disappointing. The Sphere card is going to be a letdown. And I don't even think they're going to do O'Malley and Merab on there. I don't think they are. I'm hearing that they're pushing that closer to the end of the year. I genuinely think they're going to put Grasso and Chev as the main event, and then they're going to act like that's enough to make the card sick. And then they'll throw maybe a Diego Lopez in there, or if he can still fight at that point. They'll throw like Yair Rodriguez on there probably. But they'll go on like that fight. Because in Dana's tiny little mind, any fight that's gone through tough suddenly becomes like a noteworthy pay-per-view extravaganza. Tough ain't that anymore. Everyone thinks tough is shit.
Nowhere close.
And it doesn't elevate fights like that anymore. I also heard they were trying to convince Jones and Stipe to headline it. They're gonna do MSG for Jones and Stipe because they want that gate.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever people say about John Jones, people spend it's like with Conor McGregor and Jones that are very similar in that regard. Like, they can hike up the price for those tickets to a ridiculous extent, and people will buy them. Because it would be like, I wanted to be there when John Jones had his last fight. I wanted to be there when John Jones, or I could potentially be there when John Jones gets his first loss. You know what I mean? So this
What's up,
weekend,
Northwest?
who's the best matchup? I think the fight I'm looking forward to the most is Lopez and Ortega.
Yeah,
I
I think
can't
that's
see
clear.
in that fight whatsoever. 303 is slightly good now, but the fact that we've got, because I think MVP and Gary is a coin toss. I think that Yuri and Alex is a lot closer than people are giving it credit for, and I think Lopez and Ortega is very close as well. Northwest in the building. What's good? I want to see Ian get humbled a bit. I want to see Ian Gary get murdered in there. I want to see a 187 live on pay-per-view. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. I want to see MVP flatline him and then dance on his grave. He can bring out the Pokeball. He can bring out I don't care what he does. I want to see a humiliating, devastating destruction.
That would be preferable. I prefer MVP to make him look ridiculous. Like that's, you know what, like for what really bothers me, if anybody is ever curious on why I hate on Ian Gary so much, when he wore Jeff Neal's mugshot, that did it for me. That was it. That was it. Like you don't that was too far. Like if I was Jeff Neal, I would have seen red and I would beat the dog shit out of him at the press conference. I would have lost money beating his ass. That
I'll
would
be
have
honest
pissed me
with you. I
off.
don't even think it was. I just thought it was stupid. I didn't even think it was that offensive. I just thought it was dumb. I just thought it was dumb. I thought
That
like
infuriated me as a black dude in the United States, where we get pulled over and profiled for stuff that we ain't got nothing to do with. Me knowing where Jeff Neal is from, I drive past where he worked. Like I know that could have been something blown out of proportion. And this dude walks around with his mugshot on. Nah, bro, can't do it. Can't do it.
I bet that didn't register to Gary whatsoever. I can imagine his whore of a wife was just like, let's put him on a t-shirt, and then there was no thought in between that. It was like, yeah, that'll drum up some, that'll piss him off. They probably didn't think about anything in between. That dumb whore is, and I'm not using that as an excuse, because at the end of the day, he's allowing her to control his life. But that dumb whore is clearly coming up with all of his grand ideas. And there was no thought process in between of that. Because they showed a video when they were thinking of doing the video, right? And she just went, we should put the mugshot on the t-shirt. And he was like, that would be so funny. And that was the grand, there wasn't any, have we gone a little bit too far here? Or could it be seen in this way? They're too dumb to think that way. I just think they're both dumb and they're both not funny, and they both don't have nuanced thoughts to actually think that, hang on a second, this might offend an entire group of people here. Like I don't think it ever got past the that would be controversial and funny aspect, and
It was such a bad idea.
it was a terrible idea.
That idea would have got
It
him
was
beat up
tasteless.
repeatedly.
But
They
then what
wouldn't
made
have
it
even been
worse,
able to
Neil
be on
should
the
have gone in
card with
there and
him
battered
in
him
the future.
he should have come in at him with some anger. He didn't. He fought like a pussy.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it so unsatisfying. And that's why we need to see MVP do what Neil didn't and beat him up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he thought it
And
was
to Aaron's point,
funny.
Jeff Neal was the bigger man.
For me, bro,
for sure.
the one with Magni was worse. Like coming out and saying like, "Oh, you're this terrible father," when the guy's going through litigation about his custody with his kids was far worse, in my opinion.
Like that
That's when I was like,
was
"You're just a knobhead," because it was clearly very very obvious that Magni wasn't in any way aggrandizing beating up your kids. Like he wasn't. Anyone who saw that interview, it was very, very clear. But the fact he then arrogantly like tried to go on like he shouldn't be talking, or yeah, that for me was the maybe the thing is, what we're highlighting here is the fact you as a black man obviously felt a certain way about Neil's one. Me as a father felt that way in the other direction.
No, I feel exactly how you feel on the Neil one. Like on Neil Magny, like he never. That's not even him. Like you don't even got to do that.
You don't have to do that, yeah.
And then you like.
He's a respectful guy. He never talks shit. It was a weird one. How are we doing, Chris Gray? MVP's gonna murder Ian Gary with that elbow he landed on Kevin. Yeah, if he lands that on Ian Gary's going to sleep.
I hope that's the way it works.
Kevin Holland's got.
I really do.
I
won't be satisfied until he gets knocked out.
99% of people want to see Gary get fucked up, but this is what I'm saying. He's getting what he wants out of it now. You're tuning into a Gary fight to see him get fucked up, hopefully, and MVP definitely carries that possibility. If you look into the Neil arrest, he didn't even blow, and the officers assumed he was drunk. They did Neil dirty. See, that doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, man.
Did he end up getting charged for
that?
It's
different here. Yeah, he did.
It's fucked up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did.
And obviously, you being in Texas, I'm assuming you've experienced this once or twice.
Absolutely.
40 times? Once or twice or 40 times? Every time you go out?
Yeah.
I hope he gets some of a jump knee or a spinning elbow. I don't just want an MVP win. I want like a brutal is he dead moment. Like, oh my God, have we seen our first murder? That's what I want.
Yeah.
I mean, not a murder, because it's not really a murder, is it? It's more of a have we seen our first sanctioned death? Now, do I want him to be dead? I don't know. Probably not that far, but I want it to be a distinct possibility when that fight draws to its conclusion. MVP reverse elbow is too unique and landed too much on Kevin for Ian to not be ready for that. This is the thing. Let's keep it. The way that Bryce went down would be perfect. That's exactly what I'm asking for. Thank you for giving me something that I can compare it directly to. The way that Bryce Mitchell got knocked out by Josh Emmett, that's what I want to happen. I want it to be on the same level. But this is the thing. For all the shit we talk about Ian Gary, and I do it, we all do it all the time. It's because it's fun and because he deserves it. He's very good in the octagon.
He's a good fighter. Yes. He's definitely a good fighter.
Yeah.
Whoop. Spurs trade. Hold up.
Spurs trade. Bringing it in. What we got, Aaron? This might get tasty because I've been waiting for the Spurs to do something for a few years, and now they've got Wembanyama. If they could get a really good point guard, they're gonna be a problem.
Let's see.
How did Douglas Lima get MVP on the floor? Bonged him in the chin. That fight was really weird. Now, MVP obviously got that fight back in a way less exciting fight, but the way he got flatlined by Douglas Lima was brutal. It was brutal. But he caught him.
Oh.
But he caught him. Yeah, I'm interested in these. I'm more interested in, like I said, I don't really care about the draft picks themselves. Yeah, it was a leg kick. So he kicked his leg out from underneath him. And as he was off balance, he caught him with a nasty one coming back up. Absolutely brutalized him. The thing is, it looked a lot more virally horrific than it was just a good move. He caught him in the right spot and then chinned him. Could have happened to anyone. But it just looked nasty. What was that O reaction for? Did I miss something else?
No, it was Minnesota traded for the 8th pick and Rob Dillingham. Robert Dillingham is a player out of University of Kentucky. That's my favorite player in the draft. He reminds me of kind of
don't curse him now.
He
As
reminds me
soon as
of
the comparison thing in the
some of
NBA
the
draft is like he turns into
like a
a
sixth
squid.
like a sixth man that comes off the bench that just is like a microwave that just scores a bunch of buckets. He's small, but he can score a lot. I like him a lot.
I'd like to see Ian Gary fight a guy who cuts off the octagon. Um, yeah, I think this is again, this is a very, very intriguing matchup. I feel like
Yes.
if MVP's gonna win this fight, he's gonna have to catch him with something, and it's very viable. But see, I'm more of a what do you call it? I'm kind of a pessimist when it comes to people who have that as the one trick in their locker. You know, you've got to get the knockout. I prefer to live on kind of metrics and volume and who has the more well-rounded skill set, and I think those are all in Gary's favor. But I think MVP carries the more like threat in terms of just knocking him out cold with something nasty. Every time you mention the draft, I think about the draft that they're talking about in America on.
Nah, we're not gonna have that kind of draft.
Just press revive on the bottom.
And things need to really go bad for that kind of draft to happen. Luckily, I'm too old to be in that, so
1826.
Yeah, nah, I'm safe.
All the GMs are smoking crack right now. I think the thing is, yeah, the last NBA season was so anticlimactic. Like that's part of the problem. It felt like a very underwhelming season because of it, and it was actually a great season because you had a lot of teams emerging. Like, and it's clearly set things up for the future where you can say, do you know what? It's going to be competitive for the next few years. Like, because there are some great teams emerging that have like generally good squads, but it just felt like a bit of a disappointing ending. So that's why these GMs now they're all going mental trying to make massive moves because there's opportunities, man. And the free agency market sucks right now as well.
Yeah, players don't like to go to free agency at this point anymore. The game has changed.
Especially with new max dollars coming in as well.
Yep.
You can bag that from the team you're already in. Whew. It's going beyond generational wealth at this point. MVP kind of sits back. He does, and that's the thing. MVP people. I know the MVP is very exciting. He can also be really horrible to watch as well.
Yeah,
really
he's kind of in the counter striker type of thing, like Anderson Silva, Israel Adesanya, Wonder Boy, where they need you to do something for them to do something back.
Yep.
And Ian Gary can be that way sometimes too, but I don't think that he's going to be that way in this one. And the traps that MVP sets, Ian Gary will walk into.
Appreciate that.
Appreciate that, Northwest.
Northwest is the guy as well. I keep missing your live streams just by being, in a different time zone and falling asleep. But I definitely need to I need to be because I've got you on notifications, and whenever I wake up, I'm like, shit, man, Northwest just went live again. But I'm gonna have to try and make more of an effort to change my or not to change.
Yeah, I've been Northwest's channel a few times, and yeah, like I've seen some really interesting stuff because there's a lot of things that he's into that I'm into as well. That's outside of MMA. So like I really like his channel.
Yeah, definitely show Northwest some love. I can't believe how bad MVP schooled Kevin Holland. Yeah, I was expecting it to be a bit more competitive. And I mean, it's not like Holland got destroyed, but like I picked MVP to win that fight. I just felt like he was going to be too unpredictable for Kevin. And I felt comfortable that MVP would win that stand. MVP is a lot better than people give him credit for. It's just that I think people are underestimating Gary in this one as well because of how much they hate him.
Yeah. I thought that Kevin Holland was going to have a better showing, even though I think I leaned towards MVP a little bit, but I thought that maybe Kevin Holland could do something a little different, but no.
No, that didn't occur.
It wasn't close at all. It wasn't close at all.
Have a good one, Weston. I'm probably going to stick around for another, like, I think at maximum until 3 a.m. my time, which is about another 55 minutes.
Ooh. And put in that work.
Yeah.
I think I'll do another about 15 minutes. Then I'm pretty sure they're gonna the one that was
Yeah, to
over
be
here
fair,
flipping
you're
around.
you being able to stick around for 2 hours is hard work for you as well, because like your
It
house
is,
is a bit more
bruh.
active than mine.
Yeah, like they're gonna come over here messing with me for some food in a minute.
Yeah, I guess you've got to feed them.
Yeah, they tend to want to eat every day. I'm not a fan of that. I wish they would skip a day here and there, but it's not the rules.
It's not how things work. Yeah, I think you're right, Paradox. I think that's where the issue is for me. I think Gary is really good. Really good.
Hey, appreciate your tats, man.
The main hope for me in the Gary thing is Gary can sometimes be a bit overly active and get caught. Like he sometimes falls in love with his own he starts stringing strikes together and he falls in love with himself a little bit. And then that's where he usually gets caught. And if you do that against MVP, because the thing is, the way that MVP catches people, they always say that in MMA, the best strikes or the worst strikes to get caught with are the ones that you don't see. And MVP is the guy for that. Yep. Whenever he flatlines people out, it's usually from some kind of unorthodox angle where he suddenly just bunk. I wonder if he even knows I'm homeless. Who does he? What do you mean? Who thinks you're homeless? What's good, Cano Spell? Good to have you here. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that. Oh, Connor's, it's supposed to be Connor's pal. But it's come up as Konos Pal. I'm assuming it's Connor's pal. Maybe you have a friend.
Makes sense.
It's good to have you back in it. Armsby's in again. Good to see you, brother. ITP says hi. I appreciate that, man. I'm assuming the ITP stream is coming to an end. You say it right. Appreciate that. You know, I still haven't seen that Chiwiwi's. I've never seen him say it.
Man, he's all over the place with this
I think it is.
All over the place with it. But I mean, the T-shirt's kind of cool though.
Is it?
He's got to stop saying it.
It says Chiwiwis. Like, do you want to walk around with that face on your fucking stomach? And Chiwiwis.
No, you just need the words. Not just the words, not the face. Nah.
Honestly, Ian's footwork and head movement are on a par with anybody's, and that's what people are going to have to come to accept with this fight, because
it's true.
ITP read, baby, can't escape the Chiwiwis. I've managed to escape it so far. I've managed to go, like, I mean, he said it, what, a week and a half ago? I've managed to get that far without actually seeing it. Just about.
Nah, man. If you don't go on Instagram a lot, right? You're not really on Instagram a lot, but on Instagram, bruh, it's everywhere. It's all over Instagram.
Yeah, I'm good. I still haven't managed to see it. Yeah, good. Shout out to the ITP gang. If you are new in here, please like and subscribe. To all channels. That would be awesome. Paradox. It's good to have you back, Chris Gray. Don Moxie, the first heavyweight champ in the UFC ever had, is fighting this weekend. Isn't that crazy? Who was the first UFC heavyweight champ again?
Are they talking about Andrei Arlovski?
Oh man, of course, Andrei Arlovski.
He wasn't the first, was he?
That guy makes
the first one
bang.
was Mark Coleman, wasn't it?
And Mark Coleman's definitely not fighting anymore.
No,
but Arlovski's definitely one of the first people. I'm sorry, yeah. Arlovski's definitely one of the first. Just wanted to say you're a Chad. That's all. I think it was. I don't even know if it was Coleman was the first official heavy. Let's just settle this shit right
I don't
now.
know. I thought it was Coleman, but
Maybe he wasn't being literal because
I wasn't
Arlovsky is
watching like
fighting this
that.
weekend.
No, Jeremy.
First UFC heavyweight champion. It was Mark Coleman.
Mark Coleman nailed it.
It was Mark Coleman, and that guy definitely ain't fighting. But Arlovsky's been around for a hot minute. I don't know. I can't be bothered to look that up. But yeah, Arlovsky makes bank, man. Of course he's fighting. I remember the Maurice Smith one as well. I remember Maurice Smith winning against Coleman. Man, we're old. If you remember that, you're fucking old, man. And I can say that confidently because you know I'm fucking old as well.
Nah, you're still a young man. You're still a young man.
You would say that. Philip says, "What's up, though, homies? What is good? What is good?" ITP's got the hardest government name out there. Philip.
Is that his name? Philip? I never knew what his real name was. Philip.
I mean, you don't want to say somebody looks like a Philip, but does he look like a Philip? I don't think you can say that. Not yet. I'll give it a what. I remember when Frank Shamrock is one of the most underrated. Like that guy should be talked about a lot more. That guy was a murderer. I feel like his existence has been absolutely wiped out. I love you, Armsby. No Jones. Reminder as well to people who are coming in who haven't already, get over to Paradox the Chad and watch his video on Wonderboy. I've watched it twice. I might even watch it again. Frank and Dana got beef. They got major beef. And it's weird. You think because Dana's let the I was thinking of Vince McMahon when Dana has a very bad habit of holding on to beef for dear life. Like he never gives it up. We need a petition in ITP's next stream. A petition for what in particular? I know that there's having beef is fair enough here, but you still have to acknowledge somebody that made ripples in your organization and was partly responsible for you getting to where you are. Because you just look like a petty old cunt.
Dude, Frank Shamrock should be in the UFC Hall of Fame. Tito Ortiz should be in the UFC Hall of Fame too. Like
Tito Ortiz not in it. I swear he was inducted.
I don't know if he is.
I swear he was. Tito Ortiz is a national treasure that needs to be protected. Much appreciated. Dana will erase fighters. I mean, he acts like Mighty Mouse doesn't exist as well.
He was.
It's crazy.
He's in there. He got put in 2012.
Yeah, I thought he was put in. I mean, I know they've had little fallings out since then, but I was pretty sure he was put in the Hall of Fame. Frank ain't in there. He's not in there. He's not in there, which is absolutely bonkers. Because he wasn't just like a dominant champion. He didn't lose the belt at any point as well. Randy Couture kind of erased himself as well, though. I mean, didn't he get caught like a year and a half ago, like jerking off on stream or something? Like I would have loved to have got to the end of my life without seeing Randy Couture's dick. That would have been really nice.
Ugh, yuck.
I didn't need that. I didn't need that in my life. How many moths live in Guru's hair would you guess? That brother definitely needs a haircut. I know that I'm not one to talk, but yeah, man, Conor's pal. Randy Couture got, what's the word? Did he get what do they call it when somebody it's like a catfish kind of situation.
Yeah, that's what you get.
It's kind of like a catfish, sort of. I'm not sure if it was a woman who basically engaged with him in order to get him jerk off and then release it, or it was somebody that he was a bit friendly with and then they were just like, fuck it, you know what? I'm gonna expose him because I'm pissed at you. I'm not sure which one it was, but either way, yeah, jacking off on stream. Frank Mir was my guy back in the day. The right hooks can snap your arm on the
Conor.
ground. Yeah, Frank Mir was dangerous.
Yeah, his daughter's pretty good. We'll see how far she takes it.
We might get a Frank Mir and Brock Lesnar's daughter situation going on. Brock Lesnar's daughter, they don't need a DNA for that. They don't need a DNA test for that girl. Jesus
Good Lord,
Christ.
she looks just like
She
him.
literally looks
That
like
is not
Brock
a compliment.
in a dress.
Goodness.
No
But
DNA
she's
test
big,
required.
big, strong girl.
Can you imagine what his wife had to go through pushing that?
She probably just climbed down. I don't think she even.
It's a bit harsh.
Man, like she's a very masculine face.
He was FaceTiming a girl and they recorded it. That's the story. So he probably got that's what I'm saying. He probably got set up from the beginning. She probably engaged with him with the hope of there are women, let's be honest, there are women out there that do that. They target certain men and they're like, oh well, if I can't get him to meet me, I'll get him to whack one off on camera because we've all done it. Let's not pretend to be innocent out here. We've all spanked one off on time to time on the old live cam. And he just happened to be famous enough to get fucked over for it. I mean, I've been I wasn't caught doing something like that, but I have had a situation where with a similar situation. It was the old dick pic situation.
That's not good.
Where a girl tried to basically blackmail me and say she was gonna send the picture to my boss at work, and I was like, "Go ahead. My boss has already seen it. She was working on it last night. She'll be very happy to have another copy." That was it. I went about the rest of my day. It was all good. You can't catch me with that shit. I'll put it that way. I'm on
for the culture.
I do not. What's the word? I do not. What's the word? Or what's the phrase? I do not negotiate with terrorists. That's my stance.
He got his willy caught in the cookie jar.
That's exactly
what happened. Exactly what happened.
Yeah. And like I said, man, we're all if you're in this chat, yeah, and if you're in this chat and you are gonna say that you haven't been caught in a situation like that, you don't belong here and you're a liar. Like you're talking bullshit. Really, Frankie, I heard you're a retired professor of 39. I've always wondered why. To be fair, yeah, this happened very, very early on in my career. I wasn't a professor at the time. I think I was I don't even think I was a teacher at the time. It was before I even started teaching.
Yeah.
So I was like real young. I think I was like 18 or 19 when this happened.
Oh, yeah, read what Mikey just said.
What did Mikey say? I had a girl from Florida ask me for dick pics, and I sent them, and she mailed me a $500 Seiko watch. Did you fall for that? That sounds like something. I mean, I would gladly trade a dick pic for a $500 watch. Sounds like a good deal to me. I mean, you wouldn't even have to bribe me. Back in the day, you wouldn't have even had to bribe me.
Well, they have what kind of? Was it a good Seiko watch? What kind of Seiko watches were popping like that? I got my
dick pics talked about in school. Luckily, it's 398. I'm not even going to try and read that out. And I was at 39 million. Or is that 3 billion?
That's 3 billion.
I can't be bothered to count. 3 billion inches. God damn, I still have it. It's a nice watch. Oh, god damn. That's a trade I would make. I mean, to be fair, I did it plenty of times for free, so I'd definitely do it for a watch. But that was the first time I got proper burned, and it didn't deter me. It did not deter me. Never let terrorists change you, ladies and gentlemen.
Always be you.
Always be yourself.
Always be you. Yeah.
It probably stopped me from sending dick pics for like 24 hours. I was like, fuck it.
So yeah, I'm gonna pop off this. As you can see, look, you see this guy over here. He's getting even more crazy now.
Jabs in the back there a little bit. I was making hot coffee this morning, and my son ran up behind me right as I was like, you know, when you stick the milk into the steamer, and it was at full blast. He ran up behind me and kicked me in the back,
Oh,
and I just got like hot milk all over my hand, and I was just like, bro, why now? It is what it is.
They have great timing. They have amazing timing.
Can we please get me praising me and Gary off the screen? People are gonna unsubscribe. Do you know what, bro? I'm deeply sorry about that. That should have never even been put up there in the first place. I'm not a big watch guy, but it's a nice diving watch. Sweet.
I am a big watch guy.
I
love watching.
I like that Mikey's like, I'll send you a picture of it, and Jax is like, you really? The watch? I forget it. You got Jax real excited there.
But yeah, anybody that's that hasn't gone over to Frankie and Jax, make sure y'all go over there and
yeah, please do that. Head over there.
For sure.
I'm gonna probably hang about for another.
I want to keep going with it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and hang about for another 40 minutes or so. Make it an even 3 hours. So I'm gonna hang about and talk some bullshit. But thank you very much for coming along, Jax. And if you have missed the early part of the stream, we did talk about the robberies aspect, and we got through a fair few of them. I think there were 6 or 7, so we've got some on the tier list.
Yep.
So go back and have a look at that. But we'll just we'll continue on with it probably next week.
All right, y'all.
At some point. Take it easy, Jax. Good to see you, bro.
Yep.
All right, now that the adult has left the chat, we can get into whatever debased shit you feel like talking about. Diving watches are actually worth it. How often would you use that? How often would you use a diving watch? I spend most of my time on land. I mean, I can see the benefit of having like a waterproof watch, but racism time. True. Submariner is the best watch of all time. I wouldn't know a thing about them. Like when it comes to, I've got very limited knowledge when it comes to watches as well. Whenever I go deep, homie, which is every day. Least favorite race. We can go here if you want to. I mean, I'm in no harm of getting cancelled or whatever. I'm way too small. No, I was a teacher to begin with. I was a teacher for a few years, and then I did my English masters in that time, and then became a professor, and then retired. Race tier list. God damn. I don't even know if I'm willing to be that based. I mean, you never know. If things are getting really low and I've got nothing to talk about, I might just crack it out just to get people talking shit. Yeah. So I was a professor. I retired 9 months ago. And I've been loving every day of my life since then. Asians are a bit too broad for me. I mean, I think you've got to get more specific. I think throwing Asians into one barrel is a bit harsh. I mean, if you've got to do it, we've got to break it down into every area. Love you, Philip, if lurking. Philip's the man. Philip is the man. I've definitely got to give ITP some more love. Sanctioning all these raids. But no, we're not going to do a race tier list. Not yet. I'd have to get real desperate to do a race tier list. And I'm nowhere near that level. I'm not really in this game for the the controversy. I'm more about the accidental controversy. It's like throwing white people in one category. 100%. Caucasian Asians are the worst. I can see that you guys are very, very intent on talking about this. So I'm gonna let you ride with it, and then I'll throw my opinion in here and there. I don't really give a shit. I can say honestly though, yeah, like, and I don't want to sound racist here because as a white man, I find very few Asian women attractive. You see, this is where you and me are on the opposite end of the spectrum. I'm literally, when it comes to females, I'm literally Asian only. That's just how I am. And I can get into that if you really want to. Or I've developed to become Asians only. I've developed over the years. But I know that Chris is into whiteys, and like Christian whiteys in particular. You like karate and fried rice. God damn, you love Jeremy Lin. I don't like any of those things. But I definitely like something that's Asian. Definitely. Not the ones that live in China. Like the ones that live in China. Philippines has hot women. I'll level with you. For me, the hottest women in Asia for me are Thai ladies, in my opinion. And I mean, like, the top level Chinese women are top level, and top level Filipino women are top level. But I just feel like generally, Thailand has the hottest women. You know, I love me crazy Catholic Irish Katie Taylor, bro. That's virtually gay. I'm gonna be real. Japanese women are all right. I do like Japanese women to some extent, but I feel like they're lower on the spectrum for me, and I've got reasons for that. It's more to do with like face shape and attitude, which is why I'm not really into And Japanese girls, the way that they sound like they're getting abused when you smash. Do you know what I mean? They're like, I don't like the noises that come out of their mouths. It's like they feel like they've got to show you they're in pain to make you think you enjoy it. It's confusing. Koreans, yeah. Koreans are fucked because they all have surgery. And they all go to like one of 4 different doctors. So a lot of Korean girls look the fucking same. Vietnamese women. I've only been to Vietnam once. Vietnamese women look very similar to Chinese women, I think. Maybe somebody can convince me I'm wrong about that. You do get obviously quite a wide spectrum in Vietnam. Like, but I find that the majority of them they look more similar to Chinese women than anywhere else. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that about my future wife. What, that she's got a dick? For sure. Everybody knows Japanese and the Koreans are the hottest. Smelly fingers. You sound like you're a man who's in the know. I'm assuming by your nickname you've had a great deal of experience. Have you spent a lot of time in Asia? Because I've lived all over that bitch, and I can tell you from afar, for me, Thai ladies are number one. In terms of like general, I think like if you're talking about the hottest, like percentage, I would say, do I think I could take Katie Taylor in a fight? Definitely not. Definitely not. Katie Taylor would fuck me up and then fuck me in the ass, probably. But I'm so irrelevant that I can say this confidently, knowing that I'm probably going to get away with it. I can tell you honestly as well, yeah. Like, I'm going to get beat. I'm going to get battered one day. Like, somebody's going to see me in the street that I've talked shit about, and I'm going to get a slap, and that's going to be deserved. Call me whatever. I don't consider myself a racial purist, but as a white man, I'm not really but as a white man, I'm really only attracted to white women. That's fair enough. Like, I'm not attracted to white women at all. But that's just me. I only had one white girlfriend in my past, and I didn't really enjoy the experience. So I'm like, white girls are very lower on the spectrum for me, but I've gone through quite a few different races. So I've had a fair amount of experience. I'm going off experience and porn videos. If you spend time in those countries, it's a little bit different. Nah, black girls got bunda, fam. The thing is, yeah, bro, a lot of them do, but the thing is, you can get bundas everywhere now. White girls get bundas, Latina girls, fucking Brazilian girls, probably pound for pound of the best bundas. If we're gonna get real out here, if we're gonna get real with it, it's funny how as soon as Jax leaves here, you guys start bringing up fucking chicks again. I feel like you come here more for my opinion about bundas than actual MMA content, which I'm perfectly fine with. Black women smell, not racist. Maybe you could clarify that a little bit, because I think a lot of races have like a distinct smell, and I don't mean that in a racist way. Like apparently white people smell like chips. I can't smell it, but like apparently that's the case. We smell like chips and or cheese. Like Latinas are yeah, they're up there for me. White people smell like wet dog. I've heard that as well. Wet dog and chips and cheese. Their vages smell. I don't know. Like I feel like you need a really big sample size to make a claim like that. Because I can say that I've honestly been with a few black women, and I don't think I've consistently seen or experienced that. Asian women are exotic and therefore beautiful. Everything is beautiful in its own way. That's the whole point of this game we called life. I like how you've got a name like Smelly Fingers, and you're trying to get like, you know, you're gonna try and get positive in that way and say we're all people that we love. Everyone should love everyone, man. Smell these fingers, bro. We are painting with a broad brush here. I feel like, do you know what, you can't really, yeah, I think that's the issue. Like I think what you can say is you can talk about experiences you've had with individual people, which I think is a lot less dangerous. Like I can say I was with a black woman who was like boom boom boom, and I was with an Asian woman that was like boom boom boom. But like I think overgeneralizing is just a road you don't really want to go down. How you doing? How you doing, Phil? You're right, brother. Good to have you here. I see you've turned up for more. Like Phil, I'm gonna reassure you right now. Yeah, I know you're sending people over here. It doesn't always get this immature, and it doesn't always go here that fast, and it doesn't go this slow. Usually, it seems that ITP turns up right at the moment when we're saying something completely out of pocket. It's just like literally turns up, and it's like we're saying something about somebody's pussy. It's like I swear to God, bro. We literally spent an hour and a half talking about the worst robberies in MMA history. We were talking about basketball. We had a good we had a good run going, and then as soon as Antoine bounces out and Phil comes in, it's like we're rating pussies from different parts of the world, which I swear to God, yeah, I had nothing to do with it. I'm not saying I'm not encouraging it, but I didn't start it, and I think that should count. And I think if any of your subscribers come in, I think you need to make that clear for me. Frank, please don't think I'm overgeneralizing. I'm talking from my personal truth. No, you're not somebody I'm targeting in this one. I think if you're somebody that says, you can say, for example, I've been with 3 women of a certain persuasion, and say, this is what I experienced. And that's perfectly fine to say that. But when you say they're all like that, that's when you kind of have an issue. Because unless you've had sex with 1 billion black girls and they've all had a certain trait, you can't really speak from, you can't really say. And it goes the same with any race, is the way that I would put it. I've only been with whites, Native Americans, and mixed white, black, and white Japanese. That's quite a nice spectrum, though. That's quite a nice spectrum. You've got to be able to lay it down if you mess with a black woman. Just going to warn you ahead of time. I've had different experiences. I was the first black woman I was ever with was very, very timid. But the second one I was with is the worst experience I've ever had. Like she was like gobby dialed up to 11. That was an unforgettable experience. She was a lunatic as well. But again, that's not a black thing. That was a her thing. But what I can tell you is that a lot of black men who speak to me about black women, they say that black women are the most fucked up because they're dealing with a whole bunch of issues. They're dealing with like the racial issue. They're dealing with the fact of being a woman. There's a whole host of things that black women have to deal with that they're mentally fragile about. And that makes them very, very hard to deal with in relationships. Sorry, let me go back a second. Chris Gray, favorite Beatles song. The first one that came to mind was Penny Lane, but it ain't Penny Lane. There are so many great Beatles songs. I'm gonna have to circle back around to that because we're getting quite fucked up here. All right, hang on a second. Shit, this is bad. All right, with this we may be getting into the darkest territory we've ever got into. Yeah, I saw that one. Go upstairs and always smell like curry. Ugh. I don't know where that one slipped in. Asian women are. I read that one. Smelly people smell, and that is a very good take. Smelly people do smell. Just in case somebody wants to take me out of context tomorrow with some weird shit. No, I think you've been treading fairly well. Never been with a hoochie yet. Damn, Canada has none. Do you know, I'm gonna have to go down a little bit because I realize I'm very, very far behind. Darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. This is a phrase I've heard. This is certainly how we doing, Elron. We're getting into it here with I don't even know how to describe it. I mean, if you look through the last 20 minutes or so, I think you can kind of figure it out for yourself. Again, if you are new here, a sub would be fantastic. I've been on here for 3 hours and I've added no new subs, which is kind of embarrassing. I want to throw glass bottles at WMC. I don't think that's the worst thing that somebody said to WMC today. But yeah, certainly with like the we've definitely got a spectrum of what people like in here. I mean, personally for me, I'm Asian only, and that's through sampling a lot of pools, to be honest. I'm not just talking from I've only been with Asians exclusively and that's who I stick with. It's like, nah man, I've sampled quite a fair few out there, and that's just my persuasion. But I think like whoever you're into is everyone has different reasons, don't they? They have different likes, and it could be people from Africa, it could be people from America, it could be people from Asian, it could be people with dicks and one hole. As long as it's not like, I think it's all good as long as it's not like animals and things below a certain age, and we're all good. Do you own a katana? I don't. I think you've misunderstood me getting to know me. Like, if you don't understand that I'm a massive bitch out here and I don't have weapons in my, I mean, the only weapons I've got in my house are like some serious cleavers. So if you do fancy popping around and you're uninvited, be aware of that. But outside of that, I don't have anything. I don't have any weapons in my house. This is the UK, bro. We don't have any serious weaponry around here. Or this is what I maybe want to make you believe. So if you do turn up, you get a nasty surprise. So yeah, this conversation got dark very, very quickly, and I salute you all for it because it happens sooner or later in here. It always does. Like, we could be talking about anything in the world, and then suddenly, boom. When I come to the UK, are we going to a prem game, Frankie? 100%, Chris. 100%. Wherever you want, I'm down. UK disarm their citizens like Nazi Germany did. Yeah, we never really had. I mean, there's guns in the country. You can get them if you know people, but it's like you don't want to get caught with one of them things. Newcastle United versus Manchester United would be insane, bro. I'm down. Especially if we could do it at St. James's Park, because Old Trafford is a stinky shithole now. I heard they're going to ban knives. I mean, that could be problematic for a few reasons. They've already banned, obviously, being able to carry knives outside. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, that should be a given, but like, I don't know how they're going to pull that one off. It's a pretty impossible situation. We don't have school shootings. What a sad country we live in. That's the thing, bro. In the UK, I know people who have been stabbed to death, and it's obviously tragic. But in my view, I'm the kind of person where I'm like, if somebody pulls out a knife and I haven't got one, I'm just going to run away. Like, I don't see what's so complicated. Whereas with a gun, you can literally, that's fucked. You're fucked in that situation. YFF2, I want to throw knives at WMC in Minecraft. This is what I'm saying. If somebody pulls out a knife to me, I'm not going to be like, let's have a conversation. I will just run in the opposite direction. I'm not afraid to admit that. Like, outrunning a bullet, as Paradox is saying, is a different scenario. And the thing is, I know. I was talking about this on stream before. I know 2 people that were killed by getting shot that had nothing to do with the situation. They were just there. They were innocent bystanders, and they just caught strays. And they were 2 of the most lovely people I've ever known. And they both got killed by getting shot, and they had nothing to do with it. So it's like, yeah, if you get fucked up with a knife and you saw the guy coming, you're a fucking idiot, and you probably deserve to get wiped out from the species. To be honest, if you're that dumb to stand there when someone's got, as soon as someone pulls out a knife, you gotta be gone. You are not a man without a knife, in my opinion. Yeah, I think you would have done really well in like the pre-1800s. That sounds like the time period for you. Or in like imperial times. Hey bro, reacts to Dookie. How you doing, Matty Guzman? What's Dookie from again? Is that from The Wire? Sounds like it is. Dookie sounds like a Wire reference. Spanish. Or if you got that pop like Paradox, immediately KO'd him with a clean left hook. Sounds like a plan, bro. The thing is, I'm Spanish Argentina champion of the world. How can you survive in the woods without a blade? That's what I'm talking about. See, that's a different situation, brother. If you got like a camping knife or something, that's completely different. If you're out in the middle of the woods, I mean, if you're going shopping, you've got no reason to have a machete strapped to your belt. Do you know what I mean? Paradox, bullet, and knife. Yeah, I'm starting to believe you have supernatural powers, Paradox, to be fair. You certainly talk a good game. Love that shit. My first martial art I learned was Kempo, and it's all about disarming people with weapons. Whenever I've seen those kind of videos, though, they always look like they're trying to get people killed. Like, you know, that fat police officer with the, the handlebar mustache who's on YouTube all the time. He's like, yeah, man, this is how you disarm people with a gun, bro. I'm like, nah, man, if you do that, you're going to get fucking shot in the neck. It looks fucking dumb and dangerous. Like, I think you're better off having the mentality of, I'm not going to be able to disarm this person, and just think about an exit strategy. Rather, because I think that people learn Kempo and stuff like that. They think to themselves, I can't wait for somebody to pull a gun on me. I'm going to strip that shit. It's like, nah, bruv, you're more likely going to get shot in the chest and embarrass yourself. And get, and somebody will probably be there filming it as well. I would KO Glock in the 4th round. A handsaw is a great tool. This is the thing. Western's thinking more outside the box now. If you're going to walk around in the forest, if you have a fucking saw on you, you're going to look inconspicuous. It's not going to look suspicious. It's about having the right weapon for the right context. Knives are meant for survival situations. Some quality still will last you a lifetime. I think I don't disagree with you, but it depends on the type of weapon the type of knife you're gonna have, and the context of with your use in which you're using it. It's like how they say with guns here. Like, a lot of the time, people end up getting shot not because they get into a situation that should require a gun, but because the gun's there, things get elevated unnecessarily. Only cowards use weapons to get the advantage over others, which is fair, but that's the thing. We don't live in a lot of people usually think, what's the point in going to the gym or learning like a discipline when I can just carry a strap? Like, back in the day when I was growing up, it was all about throwing hands. Like, if you had a situation with somebody, you would just fight it out and then it would be over. Now it's like, nah, you're going to get stabbed in the back or you're going to get shot. And it's like, it is just like you said, man, it's a coward's way of dealing with things. This is, I really need to start doing more chats alone, because I feel like talking about, whenever I'm on here, you guys just unload all of your crazy neuroses and stuff on here. And we've got vitriol in Japan. We were actually, you missed a section where we were talking about who the hottest Asian women were. And I know you would have had an opinion, seeing as you obviously chose to go to Japan. Wow, it seems like no matter what bans are in place, criminals will get weapons no matter what. Who would have guessed? We're talking about weapons right now. You just missed a conversation about females, which was, again, a given in this stream. You're always going to get that. But we were quite specifically zoning in on Asian women and who the best are. Yeah, so you're right. You're right. LMAO. It doesn't matter what impositions are in place. If you know certain people, you're going to be able to get hands on it. It's like I said, with England. You would think that because guns are banned here, you wouldn't get a lot of gun crime here. You still do. And the issue with it is it makes it more unfair because at least in America, everyone or a lot of people have guns. So you can at least use them for self-defense. Whereas in England, when somebody pulls out a gun, you're fucked. Because it's like you're not in any position to defend yourself. You're finished. So there's arguments for both sides. Also, WMC has a micro penis. He has certainly advertised an alternate situation. He goes on like his dick is like a baby's arm holding an apple. If you can visualize that. So I knew Weston would be back in to defend himself. Bro, paradox, it's 2:40 in the morning and I'm cooking, bro. And I can't use a fan because it just blows hot air into your face. Oops, I mean, there are more guns than people in the United States. Bro, there have been situations where I've been in the States and I've literally had altercations with, or been thrust in a situation where there's some kind of gunfight or something going on. And I'm way too much of a bitch to be involved in that. And I've got no gun, I'm not as much of a bitch as I pretend to be, but certainly if somebody pulls a gun out, I'm just going to be out of there. I'll be pushing whoever's next to me over and, Again, don't take everything I say seriously. Hang on a second, Chris. Let's go back a second. Vitro thinks that Japanese women are top and Thai women are bottom. You would have hated what I said a few minutes ago then. I actually have Thai women at the top. Frankie, search Silky Sugoi right quick. That's what I climb with. Hang on a second. Silky Sugoi. Yeah, that looks like a fucking hell. That looks like some serious weaponry. Is it the pruning saw or is it the Nata Outback edition? Because they both look fucking nasty, to be honest. It's like a hooked blade. Yeah, you could do some serious damage with that cunt. I'll tell you that much. Ohio gozaimasu. Yeah, I bet you're an expert. I don't believe that Japanese women are the best, and I have my reasoning for feeling that way. By the way, again, if you are new in here, and if you could throw up a sub, that would be very much appreciated. I've been stuck on the same number for a little while now, and it's kind of pissing me off. Hang on a second, bro. This guy is everywhere. Yeah, bro. I can't take the heat. It's crazy. I'm cooking as well. I'm fucking dying as well. Read my message above the John Fury one. Can you repost it? Because I can't seem to find it. I wish we could go back to the time of swords, but we just can't, Yeah. The feudal times would have been a really nice time to go about your day. So get a gun, get professional with it because the end times are upon us. Chris Gray, definitely ITP sized. I wouldn't be surprised if ITP's slinging it because of the confidence that he's got. I wouldn't be surprised if he's slinging a fucking WMD, if you know what I'm saying. All right, everyone like the stream now. Much love. And everyone get over to Paradox to Chad because I'm going to say it one more time if I haven't said it already. The video that you made on Stephen Thompson this morning was genuinely hilarious and I enjoyed every second of it. So get the fuck over there and watch that. Paradox to Chad, you take that back. Y'all need ceiling fans. Bro, I don't really think ceiling fans are all that effective. It just kind of blows hot air around. And we don't really have it's very hard to find genuine ACs in the UK because we're not used to getting hot. We're not used to getting hot days. So we're unprepared. I'm saying that because I care. Good, man. We've got 40 people up in this bitch now. It's crazy. 17 on YouTube. I feel like people waited for Antoine to leave just so they could turn up and say some really out-of-pocket shit. because Antoine just looks like he doesn't tolerate that kind of shit, and he does. Like Antoine's surprisingly based as well. Like, he would definitely partake in a "where does the best vagina come from" conversation. And he would definitely take part in the weaponry conversation. Pride people embracing. I wish I could see these. I wish I could see these emojis, because some of them pop up and it's like, I just get the English and I don't get what it actually looks like. I would love that. I have 2 ceiling fans, one in the bedroom and one in the living room. It's saving my life. It's hot in Harlem, New York right now. I didn't know you were in New York. God damn. Why didn't I know that? Holy shit, I'm on X. Become dangerous, guys, for the one you love. And this is the thing, smelly fingers. I don't think I'm ever going to get used to saying your name out loud. Anyway, smelly fingers, you're right. Do you know what? Yeah, having young kids certainly makes you think that you might need to, get dangerous. Do you stream on X2? I do. They've only started doing that recently. So when you sign up to Restream, it connects your X to there directly as well. My Twitter link is @BadMMAMath. So I'll pop that in there as well. I'm very active on Twitter because I'm a child and I like getting into very, very immature conversations with people that live in caves and say that I've got what I love about Dagestani fans is I'll say they look like they're inbred, and then they'll say it is you the one that looks like is inbred, and then that we go back and forth like that for several hours until I cry myself to sleep. So it's basically just me saying go fuck your cousin, and then them saying you're the one that fucks your cousin, and then it just goes on like that for what feels like an eternity. That's basically my contribution to the platform. I used to stream on 6 platforms. Then I started doing vertical lives, so not anymore. I've heard about vertical lives, and I've heard that it pulls you in a lot of new people. But I'm kind of about the slow build around here. Like, I want people who are genuinely going to come in and think, this guy's a cunt. I want to hear him talk shit. And they stick with me for that reason. And not just have people who kind of dive in, subscribe, and then dive out. I want a loyal, very tight-knit band of fucked up individuals. And I think we're getting there. I think we're slowly getting there, people. I'm not a J-Raptor, you ham-headed moron. I love when people insult people and there's alliteration in there. So I'm gonna give you a hats off for that one. Dagestani inbreds are the best to troll. They certainly are. Frankie, read my message above. It will save you. How far above what are we talking? Hang on. Where are we? Where is Chris Gray? Get a mini air conditioner online, bro. You reckon? The thing is, yeah, you're right. It probably would be worth it, but you've got to remember, in the UK, yeah, we get about 8 minutes of sun every year. So as soon as it turns up, but the next one up, or was it the air conditioner comment? Get real with yourself, then. We know I'm never going to do that. This is probably the most loyal and tight-knit group of fucked up individuals I've come across so far. Good luck. Good work. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if I should be proud or very, very ashamed of what I've built here. It's kind of a combination of the two. I'm going to be honest. It's kind of a combination of the two, because I think like I have attracted some of the world's worst people. And it says a lot about the person hosting it if that's the case. Fuck a mini air conditioner. Hire me to fan you with a tiny fan, bro. You see, Smelly Fingers is thinking about career opportunities, and I respect that. I'll be extremely diligent. I should find me like a nice lady to just do it for me, though. As beautiful as I'm sure you are, Smelly Fingers, and you sound like a very experienced gentleman, I think I'm gonna have to pass. And I'm sure you can respect it. Boy, I picked a good time to walk in, and it's Crystal, you have no idea. You have no idea. The thing is, we were having a mature conversation. I've been here for 2 hours and 54 minutes, right? We had a mature conversation up until about the 2 hours, 20 minutes point, and then all shit just broke loose, as it always manages to do at some point in here. Somebody says something not even based, just outright fucked up, like something about somebody's pussy, and then it just goes off. And it usually starts with that. It usually fucking starts with that. And I was getting a little bit tired. I was like, you know what, this is a lovely stream. We've had a nice conversation, but and then suddenly, bam! I don't know what brick shit houses you're referring to, sir. I mean, I'm fairly well jacked, you know. I'm not fairly fucking rake, mate. Smelly Fingers, is that your name? Because you're a Smelly Fingers is I've got to say, I really enjoy saying that. Oh shit, Snoop Dogg's in the chat. Fucking hell. I'm honored, sir. It's definitely the real Snoop Dogg. And I'm going to be telling my family about it tomorrow. I'm going to be like, Snoop Dogg was in my chat. And he said the thing. He said the thing. Good to have you here, Snoop Dogg. Good to have you here, brother. Snoop Dogg, if you could like and subscribe, you'd make my evening. Chris Gray, I love how you're deliberately. I'd like to say that you're deliberately inciting violence, but that's not the first time you've posted that in this chat. So I can see you're obviously, you're going for the, which I respect. I mean, this chat has gone from what you got it, bro. Appreciate it, bro. I really appreciate that. I'm on a mission, to try and get to 1,000 subs by 2030, and like I'm well on my way. That would be nice. If I could get there by the time we get to a new decade, that would be fucking sweet. I could put a kimono on. I've got to be honest, that does make it like a bit more enticing. I'll be real. However that makes me sound, I don't really care. I have to, when I made this channel, I was like, no matter how fucked up or gay something sounds, just say the first thing that comes to your head or the first thing you think. Just be true to your original thought. And I got to be honest, that does make it a bit more appealing. I'm going to be honest. You're getting closer to the goal of being hired for this position. Nate Dogg was way better than Snoop in every way. Imagine if he was still alive today. And the thing is, Nate Dogg went out kind of cold. I can't really agree with you that Nate Dogg's better than Snoop Dogg because it's a fucking ridiculous thing to say. But Nate Dogg did have his niche. He had a sick voice on him, and he obviously did his thing, and he did elevate every track that he was on. But Snoop Dogg, man, it's Snoop fucking Dogg. Snoop Dogg is the guy. I feel like Chris, I just feel like you're trying to start beef right now, and it's really working. He died from a stroke at 41. Yeah, he went out really bad. Sadly, really, like way too young. I thought he was a little bit older than that, but I know it was a kind of a sudden thing. Yeah, Nate Dogg had the hooks. I'm not even saying Nate Dogg is shit. That's absolutely not what I'm saying. But comparing him to Snoop Dogg is fucking insanity, and I won't have it, sir. There's being based and there's being retarded, and we're dancing along the line right here at this moment. Chorus merchant. I mean, Snoop is a merchant of other ways. I mean, Snoop doesn't usually have his own Snoop is mostly a ride along, but he's a very good ride along. How you doing, Angie? Good to see you here. How are things going in Aussie land? By the way, Angie, just to let you know, you really hurt I think it was Chris's feelings, who genuinely thinks you have a dick. So you might want to correct that situation. Like when you made that joke about being a tranny in here a couple of days ago, he thought you were being serious. Yeah, you saying it's fucking cold in Australia makes me disbelieve that you're even there, because I didn't even think those people knew what cold weather meant. 1 minute left. What's happening in 1 minute? Snoop and Eminem lost me with the TDS. I don't know. I think you can I think with careers the length that they've both had, I think you can be forgiven of little missteps. Yeah, you're gonna have to prove that you don't have a dick. I mean, I would ask you to take my word for it, but I don't know how I can do that. I can honestly say that Angie definitely doesn't have a penis. I can honestly say that. But if she wants to keep that narrative going, that's completely up to her. Because I know that Chris was legit gutted. Well, there is the fact that you've had kids. That would be I could have led with that first. You have a kid, right? Singular. Anyway, back to the GOAT. Agree, Chris. Anyway, back to the GOAT. Fair play. Yeah, Angie's definitely a woman. It was such a well-landed joke that Chris was literally upset about that for several days. He was like, Man United fan. She looks good in the profile for she's got a dick. Damn. And he was literally devastated from that point onwards. And he's been on the hunt ever since. So thanks for giving him hope again. They could be like Michael Chandler's kids. I mean, you guys really have a magical way of making me say the most fucked up shit. That's exactly what I say when I pretend to be a woman. Paradox, I am willing to say, like, I do, I knew Angie in real life. And she's a woman. But then, mind you, that might be what I say to get you tricked. So, can you really believe that? Can you really believe that? I may be fucking with you as well, and let's be honest, I would do it. So all I can really say here is, think what the fuck you want. It could be a long-standing thing that goes on here, like the mystery. Maybe she tricked you. I'm not saying she was in a position to trick me. I'm saying I know her. I didn't say we like exchanged body part situations. I did not make that. That claim whatsoever. Put your arms down with flex. I've got nothing to flex, bro. I've got fucking. If I was gonna flex, I would put on a suspiciously thick jumper, and then flex that way. I've got nothing to flex. I'm literally tying up my hair, and as you can see, I don't really have much going on in the bicep department. Is it too much to ask? Is it too much to ask for a fine Manchester United fan and wifey? Yeah, but maybe she hid the bulge as well. I mean, yeah, let me put it this way. I'm not talking about Angie specifically because I'm not going to get personal about anyone. Angie is a friend of mine. But like, let's just say that I am an expert on spotting females that are more likely to do you in the arse than get done in the arse. Do you know what I'm saying? That was phrased very, very poorly. But fuck it. So now we've got 18 people in here on YouTube and 47, including Twitter. See, this is what I'm saying about you motherfuckers here. Let me just say this right now, yeah? When we talked about adult things, the chat was empty and dead. I mean, there were some of you in here, but as soon as we start bringing up fucked up shit, it's like you flock like fucking moths to the flame. Fine and a Man United fan are two things that don't go together. Because the thing is, yeah, you can be fine, like physically fine, but if you support Man United, then you're mentally unwell and a twat and a dream destroyer. So fuck you. Hang on a second. I've missed quite a few. I'm very sorry. I'm missing quite a few chats here, but I've lost the plot for a minute, and we have gone off on a few tangents. I love the aroma. You might be gay. If you've look, smelly fingers here. If you've been following me for long enough, then you know that that's a distinct possibility. Like, it's got to the point where people who are in here long enough will not be surprised if I one day come like vaulting out of the closet. Do you know what I mean? Many people have. There's probably some kind of bingo card somewhere of people predicting when it's going to happen. So, Chad Weston, way this guy likes kick. So hang on, I've gone way too far. Hang on a second. I'm so sorry, guys. My chat has gone like, I am way behind. There's no recovering it at this point. I don't like that. Angie, you're a certified female. We can be friends too. That's very nice. Frankie is a very good friend of mine. I'm glad that I profess to be a good friend of yours as well, because that could have been really embarrassing. You could have said Frankie's a cunt and I don't like him, and that would have been a red face moment. Is Chandler recruiting black kids because he wants a stable, explosive athletes he can train and manage? Project Woodley, just a thought. That would be the least sinister thing that I would that direction could go in, to be perfectly honest. Because I thought it was for way more sinister reasons than that. Of the list that I've made for sinister reasons of why Chandler has specifically adopted black children, and he did say that. He said that, I think the exact quote was that him and his wife were dreaming of having children of a certain... Antoine, you're not going to believe it, bro. As soon as you left, people just started saying wild shit. It instantly, I mean, bro, go back and watch it when you have a chance here. It was literally within 30 seconds of you leaving. It got racial, it got sexist, we started talking about guns and shit. It literally, I'm starting to think here that you are balancing the maturity of this chat far too much. It got fucking crazy. And Chris instigated it. I'm pretty sure it was Chris. It's always Chris. It's always Chris saying something, and then Smelly Fingers jumped in and started saying some shit as well, and we just went off the... Sometimes I'm responding to you, responding to the chat. I apologize. The thing is, it's my fault, yeah, because I've been going off on such a tangent, and I didn't realize that my chat had frozen, so I missed like every fucking chat. I was looking in the I wasn't looking in the screen chat, which is over here. I don't know if you... I was looking at my chat that I have in front of me, and I got like 60 chats behind, so I'm really sorry, guys, if I've missed stuff you said. I'm going to try and stay on top of it now. Yeah, Chris, I mean, you have no choice, mate, because it's just a fact. Whether you like the blame or not, it just is what happened. It's usually like you wait for me to be alone, and then you're just like, right, so pussies. Discuss, fellas. Where can we find the best pussy? And it just goes boom. So thanks very much. Because I like talking about these things, but I don't like instigating. All right, I've got to go. Much love for the shouts. Have a good night, everyone. And Frankie, you cunt. Despite what you just said, get over to Paradox to Chad one last time and check out his videos. He's new and up and coming, and he's funny as fuck. So get over there. Top lad. And we're definitely going to have you on here, Paradox, at some point. Chemtrails, look into it. Chemtrails. I've heard of this, and I will pick it up. Just scroll back up. Paradox, you don't want to know. Just know everything I say is a joke. To be honest, Smelly Fingers, I talk so much bullshit in here as well. I don't even know what's true anymore. Like, I talk a lot of shit. I'm not sure if my subconscious is just pushing these things out, if I'm joking or if I really mean these things. If I'm confused, I imagine it must be confused for you guys. But Smelly Fingers, I definitely need you back up in here because you definitely fit the profile of a fucked up bad MMA subscriber. You might end up being the alpha chat around here if things keep going this way. You might bump me out of my own channel. I will be your roommate, Paradox. When I get the apartment, we'll collab. 100%, bro. You're welcome at any time. You're welcome at any time. Thanks for subscribing to Paradox, Angie. Please do watch his video on Stephen Thompson. It's really, really funny. Can you link it? I can link it. 1 second. Let me find Paradox in my Hang on a second. Why am I clicking it like that? I can just go into my actual subscriptions. There we are. Paradox the Chad. Let me get up in there and do that. Yeah, Angie. I think Angie is already subscribed to you, Antoine. But if you haven't subscribed to Making the Walk as well, Angie. Boom. Weston got there first. God damn you. Do you know, I'm not taking any effort anymore. Like I don't have quick slippery fingers like Weston. I just don't. Double link. Yeah. Yeah, Paradox is the next one getting the YouTube love boost treatment because it's well deserved. Ripping a fat tea. Cheers, boys. See you later, Paradox. Have a good one, brother. I'll probably catch you tomorrow at some point. I'm definitely going to do another live stream in the evening, and I'm going to jump on yours. Yeah, I know Angie's been a subscriber to Jax as well. Very early subscriber from what I remember. Smoked ya. I'm the stream fairy. Nice one, Vitro. You're the guy as well. Vitro. When Vitro pronounced to me where he's from and where he is, I was like, this channel has fucking arrived. It's like it's arrived. When you get a Brummy in fucking Japan, it does not get more obscure than that. It's like, god damn, this channel is away. We made it. Yeah, Smelly Fingers. I'm liking your vibe. And again, it says a lot. It says a lot wrong about me. Favorite Nate Dogg song. I got Party. We will throw now. Right. Do you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna have to look this up. Hang on. Nate Dogg best songs. Nope. Jesus Christ, this cunt's been in so many songs. I would say Ain't No Fun. It's got to be Ain't No Fun for me. And I mean, if you ask me tomorrow, and you probably will ask me tomorrow, because let's face it, you're in love with Nate Dogg for some reason, and I don't blame you. So when you bring it up tomorrow, I'll try and have a different answer for you. Frankie loves Smelly Fingers. In more ways than one, sir. Yeah, Angie, you've been a great support. You've been there from day one. I appreciate you. Shake That 2 would be a second. Now, Ain't No Fun has to be the one for me. Soulfly. But this is the thing, yeah. This channel has gone crazy in the last couple of weeks, and I don't understand it because I'm a cunt. I don't understand why people enjoy. I think it's because you degenerates know you can say what you want in here and you're going to get away with it. Like people like ITP have respect for themselves, and I don't. I'm willing to risk getting. I'm not playing bro. You know my rules, Western. I don't play music in the middle of the night. Listen, if you're willing to come over and look after my son, then that's a different conversation. That sounded so wrong. Let's just take that back immediately. You know what I mean, though. I can't risk waking him up. He's been an absolute mare today. And riding in my car and I listen to the radio. I'm worried I'm going to kill someone one day by like somebody's going to say something in this chat that's just so like outrageous, and someone's just going to take their car off the road. Soulfly is a good tune, though. I mean, Nate Dogg's been in some bangers. As soon as I start streaming during the day, Weston, I promise you, this is a long-standing promise to you. We will play as much fucking music as you want. Is your kid in school yet? Not yet. He starts in September, which is why you never see me during the day. Which is why I don't stream during the day. 21 questions. Nate Dogg's been, I mean, his discography is crazy. Nah, you're awesome, man. Don't put yourself down. You legend. Yeah, so like once September rolls around, I'll have a lot more free time during the day, assuming I don't sleep through it. Use it to catch up on sleep. 21 questions is mint too. Yeah, you can't go wrong with old Nate Dogg, and he was definitely taken from us too early. But comparing him to Snoop Dogg is just insanity, mate. Can't lie. You guys are proving my point that Nate was better than Snoop. The thing is, though, they're just so wildly different as well. But I can understand the comparison because Snoop Dogg's kind of known more. Whenever people think of Snoop, I don't think they think of him as like an individual person. They're more like he's kind of a hop along. And Nate Dogg did bang out a little bit too. I mean, his voice was next level. But Snoop, you can say the same thing about Snoop. They have their own distinct, their own distinct flavor. We'll put it that way. I'm gonna binge some early OTS rap when you end the stream on Hood. Damn straight, brother. I still need to go back to that stream of recommendations you guys all did for music. I might just have to start some kind of Discord or something where we just throw things like this up just to I don't really fuck with Discord, but I feel like it would be easier for me because we talk about so many interesting shit on this stream. And then I don't have time to go back and watch myself from the beginning because it's just, I'm literally producing 18 to 21 hours of video content a week now, doing live streams, and going back and listening to it is just the most narcissistic thing I can imagine. I don't really sit there and listen to myself talk to, which is essentially just me just talking or just hearing my own voice. I haven't reached that level of narcissism yet. Yeah, I've never jumped on Discord. I'm not really too big on it. But I feel like maybe I need some compromise in between where we can just throw stuff up. We can summarize what the fuck is going on. Nah, man. In MMA fans, Snoop Dogg is John Jones and Nate Dogg is Tyron Woodley. Oh man, if that doesn't put a full stop on that conversation, then I don't know what does. Holy shit, Chris, you just got 10-7'd. Hard. But the thing is, Chris, I give you credit, yeah, because like even making this something that people was willing to talk about was an incredible achievement. Yeah, Snoop had like individuals back in the day that just I know Nate Dogg made albums as well, but he didn't make an album that was like, oh shit, right, you can make it. The only way that I'm gonna get anyway, it's gonna be you lot. Like it's gonna be having the most, because what you want when you've got like a community is you want fucked up people that will go to bat for you. And that's what I need, man. I need some fucked up motherfuckers. The more like based and fucked up, the better in my point. This Japan dude has just thrown incredible insults. See, he's not just a Japan dude. He's a Brummy Japan dude. He's from the mean streets of Birmingham, and then he's gone out there to Japan and he's doing his thing. Oh, Uriah Hall's worse. It's like he picked you up to offer you an olive branch and then just elbowed you straight in the face again. I got Snoop Dogg's cookbook. It's better than his whole rap career. Ooh. I don't even know what to say to that. That was pretty severe. Yeah, Uriah Hall's even worse. What the fuck? That was exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking, it's like, the whole like backhanded compliment thing. It's like willing to offer you like a way back into the conversation and then just Yeah, that was a downgrade. I hate Birmingham now. Chris Gray's like, he had Birmingham on his list of places to visit in the UK, and he's like, fuck that place. Yeah, Chris, when you get over to the UK, though, there's certain people I know that I'm just going to end up bumping into on here. I just know it. Call me if you put on an Australian accent and then like ripped people for their terrible fights. You'd be famous tomorrow. I feel like that shtick's already been done. Have you heard of Dougie? I'm not even sure if Dougie's a real Australian. If I was going to put on an accent, it would be Australian or South African. I reckon if you came out with that dirt raw South African accent and just started going real apartheid levels on people, you'd blow up overnight. It's too late now. I mean, is this accent I'm portraying right now even my real accent? Maybe I'm putting it on. Fruity British guy with based comments was the first thing I put down when I was planning out this channel. It's like, how can I piss people off? I know. Talk like a fucking fag. Anyone else sleeping under the stars tonight? Laugh my ass off. Fuck Birmingham. Fuck Birmingham indeed. I love you, bro, but Birmingham is a complete shithole. There's definitely worse places in England. I'm taking the piss. But Birmingham is pretty dire. It's pretty drab. I can't lie. It was on the top of my list to visit. Now bottom, definitely. I'm not sure Australia exists. I still haven't seen that video about that theory. It sounds fucking excellent. I'll tell you something though. We talked about stars before, yeah. I didn't know yet. I was genuinely ignorant to how many stars you could see on Earth until I moved to the country. And then I was literally living in London. I could see like 10 stars. That was the peak. You could see like Orion's belt and then a few like sprinkled out between, and that was it. I moved to the country and I'm like, fuck me, they're everywhere. And I mean, I learned about it in school, but I thought they were talking bullshit. So I'm like, I've only ever seen 10 stars. They're definitely lying. All clouds here tonight. You usually get pretty smooth weather though, from what I understand. You're usually doing pretty well. You guys have got to help me because I just started talking about the weather. We need to fix up right now. Because we're going to be talking about the weather for the next 10 minutes. I'm going to have to duck early. You guys need to give me a based reason to stay, to hang out. The earth is flat, yo. Yeah. We're going to actually do a conversation about conspiracy theories. Because we got into it about the moon landing at one point. Because as I was saying to the chat a couple of weeks ago, I got dragged. I went to go and see something with my son in London. It was supposed to be something else. It was supposed to be like an art exhibition, which I absolutely did not want to go to. But then I got roped. But then that thing turned out to be cancelled. And then they were showing like a Tom Hanks narrated moon landing thing, where they had like this massive room where they had screens everywhere, and they showed like interviews and I was always of the opinion that the moon landing was complete bullshit. And now I'm like, I still think it's bullshit, but yeah, they have a case. It was like the conversation we were having earlier. It went from being an utter robbery to being, was it, of just a bad decision in terms of the moon landing. So, but seriously, YouTube Eric Dubay. Let me chuck this in. I never turn down people's recommendations. Eric Dubay. Flat Earth Eric. All right, I'm not going to subscribe, but I will chuck reincarnation or reincarceration. All right, so I'm gonna put this onto a watch list, and I'll give him a couple, and we'll see how it goes. So I'll open one of the videos there, and I'll give him a chance, and we'll see how it goes. Hang on a second. Let me get back to the chat. Sorry, boys. My chat has now gone mental. Oh man, hang on a sec. Have I lost it? Shit. Hang on. Fuck. Oh, I see what's happened. There we go. Oh man, I've absolutely lost the entire chat now. I can no longer see the chat, but hang on. I literally, oh, there we go. We're back. Thanks for subbing, Japan. Victrol is the man. Light pollution is wild, isn't it? When you think about how much understanding of the universe and how in awe of it ancient peoples were, it makes sense because of how much they could fucking see it. And that's the thing, bro. Like, I reckon there's a lot of things we've missed out on just because we're fucking up things on a daily basis. And light pollution's a big part of it. It's like I did get an inkling of it when I went to a friend's house when I was like it was actually, I don't know if you guys know who Ricky Hatton is. He was fighting Floyd Mayweather like 15 years ago or however long it was, and we all went to his house to watch the fight, and he was kind of in the countryside, and it's the first time I looked up and was like, fucking hell, man, there's a lot of stars in this bitch. And then it planted the seeds for me to eventually move to the country later on. Nah, the earth is round. Moon might be fake though, but we get thunderstorms here this time of year. The moon being fake, that's an interesting conspiracy theory that I would like to explore. Could be an ancient satellite, because the way that it does, I mean, it is a satellite in one form or another anyway, seen as a natural satellite, but it could be like an alien-made piece of shit, like that is there to regulate our seasons and our tides. Interesting. The conversation about Black Betty having the fattest asses. Black Betty's having the fattest asses. That is certainly a conspiracy theory that I'm willing to talk about any day of the week. I'm willing to, as we know, I'm willing to talk about asses at any time. Did you end up listening to any JD Bossman? I have not. But like I said, if you throw some recommendations up, I'm definitely happy to get into it. Look up Crater Earth Theory. It's crazy interesting. I'm going to stick that on the reading list. Thank you very much. Dan the Hangman versus the Bronx in Australia. Has that actually been booked? Hooker versus Charles the Bronx. Why would Charles Oliveira take that fight? Seems like a bit of a step down. I thought he was going to fight Gamrot. That's a strange one. Ricky Hatton is the man. Ref cheated him. Yeah, he got cheated on him when didn't he get chinned? But he was getting grabbed a lot. If a girl's ass looks too big to wipe effectively, then it is a no from me. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. I think it's possible for an ass to be too big. For sure. And I've definitely seen some in my day. I've definitely seen a bigger ass than you guys have ever seen. It was literally like a planet. It was like two planets colliding in a pair of pants. Hooker has offered it to Charles. Okay, that's a different thing. Charles ain't going to take that. Because Hooker's like too low ranked and he's actually slightly dangerous. So if I was Charles Oliveira, I probably wouldn't take that fight. I mean, I would expect Charles Oliveira to dust his ass, but my phone died. The effort to get back on here was amazing. This is the love though, bro. I appreciate it. And I hope you've subbed because I definitely need you back. I managed to pick up one more tonight, which is fantastic. I love that fight for the Bronx. Why do you think? Because he kicks his ass. I don't necessarily believe anybody, but I love looking into something that I'm unfamiliar with. Yeah. There's so many wacky theories out there that haven't been completely debunked, and I'm willing to have conversations about every single one of them, despite my level of ignorance on probably all of it. I'm willing to blag my way through a conversation if that's a conversation you want to have. I've seen at least 3 crazy meteors blow up in the night sky. 2 orange, 1 green. Yeah, I've seen a lot of freaky stuff go on in the sky as well. I'm open to most things as long as they're not completely retarded. Cognitive dissonance is a real thing. 100% it is. 100% it is. I like top tier cats running through the 10 to top 15. Top 10 to top 15. Yeah, I don't mind. If you're in the top, if you're ranked from 10 to 15, I don't mind you having a fight with anyone. Like Steve Ursa kind of proved that sometimes it can be fun, you know? Frankie, check my message. Chris, I'm really sorry, yeah, but for some reason, yeah, my had to dip for a second to check out Piggy's stream. And man, what you think of him joining forces with fellow ginger Tim Welsh? That was always on the cards. They talked about doing it for a while. Tim Welsh, I actually quite like. I quite like Tim Welsh. But when you say they've teamed up, do you mean they're streaming together now? Frankie, check my message. I'm really literally my stream fucked up a minute ago and I couldn't. I've literally my chats are kind of flickering and disappearing. I think I've got it here. Anytime Hatton got close, ref would separate him, and Hatton is a close range fighter. Yeah, 100%. 100%. So he basically, Hatton was somebody that worked in the pocket and he simply wasn't allowed to do that. Paradox, you must have a very interesting combat sports like family, like a family who are interested in combat sports, because you're relatively young, right? And if you know about that fight, I mean, you must have been what, 9 or 8, maybe even younger when that fight was on. Thoughts on the guru saying that the UFC is pushing an Islamic fighter roster? I think some Islamic fighters definitely get preferential treatment. And the thing is, whether people want to admit it or not, there is an ungodly amount of money coming from that region. It's impossible to ignore. Like, it would be dumb to think that many, I mean, boxing's pandering to it, football's pandering to it. The Saudis have clearly set an agenda now where they're basically like, right, sports washing is going to be the way to go. And the thing is that they've got the kind of, you know how we often talk about fuck you money? The Saudis have got another level to that. Like they can tell people who have fuck you money to get fucked. Like those guys that are like, a couple billion, whatever. Saudis can shit on those guys. It wasn't really boxing, it was like, well, for me, obviously it kind of started with, it started when it wasn't just the Saudis, it was the Qataris getting involved with like Man City and doing sports washing that way. So it's been around in like football for a little bit, at least the last 12, 15 years. So it's been coming, but it kind of melded into boxing, and it's kind of been slightly going on in MMA for a hot minute now. It just has. So we're going to see a lot more of it. And like I said, the Saudis have those, you got fuck you money. I mean, the Saudis are on, like, they've got the kind of money that you cannot spend. Like, they've been raking up decades of fucking oil money, and they've still got plenty of oil to get through. So we're talking like, if anyone's close to hitting $1 trillion, it's them fuckers. Yeah, I've never watched every fight that's ever happened because Chad gonna Chad. 100% true. They want a new market. Boxing started it, yeah. Graham image check right now. I'm stuck on why they like holding hands. Do you know why they do that, Connor's pal? It's exactly what I'm saying. It's their version of fuck you money. Like just mogging. Like the guy who is what's his name again? Turkey Al Sheikh. Him holding Dana White's hand has nothing to do with being gay. And there are plenty of gay Arabs, by the way. Because I worked in Qatar, and let me say, there are some. I could tell you some stories, but I'm not going to get into that right now. Him holding Dana's hand is just him mogging him, saying, "You think Dana White's big? I can make this guy hold my hand, and he will do it uncomfortably, and there's nothing he can do about it." It's next level moggery. That's what it is. It's like, you're gonna hold my bitch hand, and you're gonna. I bet you he could get Dana to give him a hand job. He probably has. A bit freaky over there. I wouldn't be surprised. But that's the reason, Connor's pie. It's literally, it's like moggery on the level that you've never seen. That's all it is. And Paradox agrees with me, so it's definitely true. The crowds always be dead, though. I don't care how many sick fights there is. It's not the same as like the UK or New York atmosphere. Again, though, you got to remember, Saudi Arabia, and again, I can say this from experience because I've been there. I'm not even shitting on the place, but they've got a very, very low population. I think I don't know how, there's a few million people there from what I remember. Well, when I was there, it was certainly like that. And the place is still very, very underdeveloped. You've literally got cities that they've started and haven't finished building yet. So they're very much, it's a very weird situation because obviously it's hot as fuck there. So it's hard to get building. And they've got a lot more space than somewhere like Qatar does. But they literally haven't got round to finishing things off. Like, and that whole like mile long city or whatever it was, that strip city, they haven't got that worked out. So they have wasted a lot of money as well. But these are smart people we're talking about. Aussie accent is so damn cool. Aussie accents sound funny to me, and like, and I don't even mean that in a bad way. I mean, like, when things are said in an Aussie accent, they are automatically elevated to a lot funnier, just because they're in that accent. It's like what Conor McGregor's accent has. Like, people I've known that have an Aussie accent or a South African accent, when they come out with certain things, it's just funny because of the way they say it, and that's just how it be. Yeah, Dana definitely bobbed up and down on that dick, 100%. This is my house. I lead you around it. That's exactly what it is. It's him showing him who the fucking daddy is. Like, literally, these boxing simps like Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren, they are literally lapping around him like little fucking, you know, like in what was it? In Prison Break, when you had like the dude would take out his pocket and make a dude hold his pocket and walk around with it. That's what it feels like with Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren and others to the Sheikh guy. He's like, take my pocket, little bitch, and walk around here with me in front of the entire world. And then what he's going to do, he's going to take his moggery to the next level. And apparently he's planning out on buying all their organizations and just smashing them together. And the thing is, yeah, if he chooses to do something like that, they're going to come out talking of, no, man, there's no way we're going to, I guarantee you, yeah, he's got the kind of fuck you money where he can make them an offer that they literally could never refuse. They're just at that level. So if he wants to do something, there ain't no stopping that. If you're Eddie Hearn with Matchroom, for example, and he says to you, I'll give you 5 billion, you're selling that tomorrow. Nobody's turning down 5 billion. Hope he's not Diddy and Dana. I hope he is. I hope he is. I hope he's put Dana through the kind of humiliation that Dana has put through his fighters. You've got to pay the piper at some point. I hope he's ratcheting that asshole right now, to be perfectly honest. I'd have no sympathy. No, Northwest, I'm here to tell you, brother. I've got something to tell you. You think you don't have an accent. I used to think this being a British person, yeah. I used to think that I had no accent. You only really become aware of your accent when you hang around with other people that have accents. And then you're like, hang on a second. Or for me, yeah, it was when I went to I used to go like on family holidays back to Ireland, and they used to say that I sounded like a homo. So they were like, God damn, you overpronounce everything, don't you? It's like, and then I became aware that, hang on a second, I do sound like a homo. And it was a very sobering experience. Everybody has an accent, brother. That's the kind of American arrogance that I'm kind of used to. It's like, we have the standardized accent, and all of you fuckers are all the weird ones that sound like, you're all the foreigners, we are the standardized world accent. Get the fuck out of here, bro. But yeah, it's an unfathomable level of moggery. Hang on a second. Muslims don't get loud. 100% being diddled, 100%. By don't get loud, Muslims don't get loud. What do you mean? I can tell you who the loudest people on earth are. It's Chinese people. Look at the pic I sent. Did you send that in Instagram? Look at the pic I sent. Hang on a second, brother. Messages. Here we go. Dude, I'm watching. Oh, hang on a second. Oh no, it's in fucking Instagram, isn't it? You bastard. Yeah, Jay-Z, if you're still in here, I just got your message and I appreciate you, brother. And I'm glad you turned up. All right, WMC. Oh shit. I'm not gonna lie, this isn't right now, is it? I feel like I might have to. You don't mind if I show this? Obviously, there's nothing too Hang on a sec. This is what Weston's showing me right now. I feel like what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a nice picture of outside my... Hang on a second. Let me see if I can even open this. Oh, window. There we go. I mean, it's nice. Beautiful. Let me pop back. There we go. They were pretty loud on 9/11. Dougie can say anything and it's automatically more funny. 100%. Australian accents just make everything funnier. I low-key respect that. Remember Islam hushing the crowd after KOing Alexander. It's respectful. Yeah, I didn't see it that way. Fake news, pal. 9/11 was an inside job. Paradox gets a chubby when Dougie says, didgeridoo, mate. Didgeridoo, mate. That's the worst Australian. I swear to God, I can do a better one. I've heard of East Coast accents and down South accents. I have neither. My accent is bipolar. I love that. But yeah, everyone has an accent. You don't sound like a homosexual, bro. You sound like someone who's educated and you can announce and pronounce their name. And you sound like an educated person. Bro, that really, you are, I can't figure you out. You're like a really nice human being. Nobody's nice to me on here. You don't understand. You're throwing me off. But you can sound like an educated person and a total fag. But the two aren't mutually exclusive. But I definitely am somebody who over enunciates, which is like, I'm not complaining about it. Like, I'd rather sound like this than sound like an uneducated fucking trash bag. I'll take it. Man, stop talking about accents. I'm Canadian. I do love a Canadian accent. I got you, Weston. Canadian, that ain't that bad, Chris. You're not Georgian. You ain't got Tiberia's accent, Chris. Yeah, that's from a few years ago. That's beautiful. It's a really nice picture. Gay. It's pretty tough, but you're right. It's not Georgian. I got that, I guess. Thank God. Ah, Chimaev needs to pay for yelling "kill, kill, kill" on 9/11. Yeah, Chimaev didn't get a lot of heat for that. I'm surprised. He's got a way of saying a few things that were definitely, let's just say, a tiny bit out of pocket. All right, boys. I think with you guys in here, I am going to ask you guys a favor. At some point, I think I'm going to need some chads in the chat to do some pretty hard work for me in terms of helping me get the subscriber count up to this extent. But I will say this: we only need fucked up people like us in here. So if you encounter people that have certain sensibilities and are willing to have that kind of sense of humor, and they're willing to talk about anything and not take it too seriously, send them over here to bad MMA math. And let's get this going. To be fair, if this channel ends here at this level with you motherfuckers in here, I'd be very happy with that. I would be very happy with that. The Jews hospitalized him for that one. That might be it, Maybe they've been spiking him. It's all making sense now. I didn't even consider it. Makes perfect sense. I totally have ulterior motives. I've only known you for like 20 minutes, smelly fingers, and I've got no doubt about that. And I don't care. It's been a pleasure having you in here. I think I'm going to have to wrap things up pretty soon, though, because, again, I only planned on coming on here for like 2 hours, but we're going to nearly hit 4 again. And that's down to you chatty motherfuckers. So I appreciate it. I think I'll maybe hang out for another couple minutes unless things really start melting off again, and then I'll try and stay for the full 4. But if there's anything in particular you guys want to talk about, and as I've said, if you are new here, please do subscribe. It would be nice to get as close to 800 as possible. I've kind of been between 700 and 800 now for a little while, and I would like to get as close to that number as possible. Be sweet. So yeah, if there's anything you guys want to talk about for the last couple of minutes, I'm down. I will be back tomorrow, by the way, to do another individual stream. And I've also got a guest coming on, Fugazi MMA, who's another new channel. He's going to be popping on. He's got a very new channel as well. So we're going to be doing a phone-in thing with him where we talk about UFC 303 and some picks for the cards and stuff like that. But we'll be I appreciate that, Smelly Fingers. Had to sub, man. Love the vibes. I really appreciate that, man. I really do. And the thing is, I've got to be honest with you. It's fucking like this every time. Tyno, the tune is on as well. This is another guy who's doing really well on YouTube. Bro, you hit like 4,000 recently, right? Fucking insane. And well deserved, by the way. Your channel's great. I love it. So if you haven't subscribed to him, get your ass over there as well. Like I said, we're doing a symbiotic thing here where we're gonna get like a community of YouTube channels together, and just we're all gonna grow at the same time and suck off each other's teats, so to speak. But no, I appreciate you guys tuning in to sub. It's really appreciated. And hopefully we will get to 800 soon. We're not that far off. I think it's like 30 or something like that. 32. Not bad. I never thought I'd ever get anywhere near here, to be honest. So I'm fucking over the moon. I'm surprised Guru's evil twin made that call out saying he will take a dude's heads off with a massive shooting happened in Dag. Who's Guru's evil twin? Maybe I missed something. Gonna go and watch Tyron Woodley interviews and press conferences. Peace. That's the kind of thing they show in Australia, in Russian death camps or torture camps. It's what they use to get information from victims. They just throw on a T Wood's rap album. What was that song he did again? In and out of love. And that was better than what he did, by the way. That awful soundbite. Is that a bottle of lotion behind you? No. It's a bottle of Toki Suntory whiskey, which I picked up. I usually I'm down for Japanese whiskey. And this is one that I saw recently, and I'm like, you know what, I'll give it a go. And I started like necking it live on stream because Chris Gray dared me to. And I'm what's that word they use for people that are like little cucky followers? I'm easily influenced. Let's put it this way. I dive into peer pressure very, very easily. And he was like, drink the bottle now. And I was like, yes, sir. And just started like drinking. But that's it. It's not, it does look like a lotion bottle, but it does happen to be mid-level whiskey. Goes down pretty smooth. Nice to see you here. Good vibe. The best way to grow a channel is to search the name in the YouTube search bar. That's fucking sick advice, bro. That's fucking sick advice. I thought it was basically say the most fucked up shit imaginable and do what like Bill Burr advised us to do and just basically try to insult everyone at the same time and just watch them flock to you and call you a cunt. I just can't bring myself to do that. If somebody calls me a cunt, which they often do, I want it to be because I'm being true to the cunt I really am. I want to be called a cunt based on my true beliefs. That is the dream. I don't want to just throw shit out there that I don't really think. And then I can go back years later and say, well, I was saying it because I wanted to be big on YouTube. But good to have you. Good vibe. I'm going to call you good Vib. Or do you want to be called Good Vibes? Actually, if you're going to be a regular in here, you can throw something up now and I'll call you that from now on. But just don't write daddy or fucking boss or... You are an honest man, and that is obvious 100%. I feel like that's better. I mean, I feel like I've reached a point of no return in that regard. Like the only things I don't talk about are good vibe. I'll call you Good Vibes. The only things I don't talk about are like my marriage situation because I don't want to be insulting to that person, and what my kids' names are, and that's about it. Everything else is off. Everything else is up for debate. I'm back. I snuck out of bed. I'm hiding in the office. Crystal, this is the thing, yeah. Because you're obviously part of the farming community. This is usually when get up time is, right? Or have you not been to bed yet? And I appreciate having you here, by the way. Crystal's another one, yeah. For some reason, whenever you turn up, the conversation just goes, and I really appreciate you for it. Because I don't want to have some normal channel where we just talk about boring fucking shit all the time. I do not want it. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to hit 4 hours just because going back and looking at my videos and seeing like, because there have been like 7 videos now in the last week and a half where I've gone 4 hours, and it's like, it just looks nice. It's just a nice little, where did you come up with the name Bad MMA Math? It's a good question. No one's ever asked me that actually. It's basically because when I used to make picks by myself, yeah, I used to use stupid math logic, bad MMA math logic in order to make picks. So it's like, that guy beat that guy, so obviously he could beat that guy, and it was that kind of. So I figured it was like a nice way of introducing how I was, because my plan on YouTube when I started out doing MMA content was to be like, right, I'm going to be a boring cunt. I'm just going to make predictions for cards and then I'm going to react to them. But I'm just going to say how I honestly feel about people. And if people get upset, then fuck them. And that was my whole shtick. And it was me hiding behind a PPT and just using my bad MMA math brand of picking fights to get started. And that's kind of where it went. So if you go back to my earlier stuff, like, I'm not on camera, I'm just hiding behind a PPT saying really fucked up stuff about fighters and why I think they're going to win or lose. See, the thing is, it's not even statistics in terms of numbers. It's more like abstract math. So it's like I said, that guy beat that guy who beat that guy, but he couldn't beat that guy. So I think that guy's going to win. It's that kind of thing. It's retarded mathematics, basically. So it's kind of like a play on just how fucking hard it is to bet. And that's just where it was. Sharon Magomedov called out someone saying he would unalive them and take their head, especially after the mass shooting in Dag. Did he really say that? I don't know. If you can throw me up a link or something, because I don't know. He seems like a kind of a chill dude. Especially with Khabib harboring them. Yeah, this Khabib thing is going to be interesting. Khabib's already come out with the, well, I only met him the one time, brother. That bullshit. I do not know this man, brother. Which is just, it's weak. Do you know what I mean? It's like when I was saying this in Brutally Honest MMA stream earlier on. It's like when Bill Clinton, when they asked Bill Clinton, they're like, so do you know Jeffrey Epstein? And he was like, kinda. And then they were like, well, it says here that you've been on his plane. Is this true? And he was like, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 times. And then literally it's been like 500. No, more like 50. But do you know what I mean? It's just a bit. If you're going to say he's been there one time, you might as well go all in. If he'd come out and just said, look, man, like, there are many people that come in and out of these gyms. I don't keep track on all of them. Like, and even if we do a background check, there are going to be things that slip under the radar. You don't know what people are going to do. Fuck off. I'm not a terrorist. And just left it at that. But he was like, he's been there one time. I don't know who he is. And it just adds more, when you're talking shit to it. Always pick the guy I want to win, and no matter what, 9 times out of 10, that person loses. What I do, Smelly Fingers, when I bet, and this is a surefire way of being happy on a weekend, I always bet against people that I like. So if I think someone's really awesome and I love them and I want them to win, I bet against them. So that I'm like, but then the weird thing about that is it works up to a certain extent. But if I get to a point where it's like, oh shit, this parlay is actually going to come through and I'm about to get like $5,000, I find myself rooting against the people that I love. Because let's face it, money over friendships and bitches and pretty much everything. So I hope you've learned something today. See, I should be writing threats for these MMA fighters. I could do way better than that. See, Crystal, Crystal, you're not taking it. I'm going to say this to you now, Crystal. You're a woman on YouTube that has very male-centered opinions. You need to be taking advantage of that. You could blow up overnight. It's like this. what's her name? MMA Fairy or whatever the fuck her name is. She's going to be humongous in about a year. Because men are dumb and we like sports. And whenever a woman enters our space that knows what she's talking about, the sky is the limit. The sky is the limit. You need to take advantage of that and be shameless about it. If I was a female, I'd be doing that. If I was a female, I'd be doing a lot more than that. I'll put it that way. You can read into that whatever you want. So whoever I want to win, just bet against. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. That's exactly what you should do. I will send you on Twitter like I did the Guru reading True Geordie's DM. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I haven't watched the True Geordie video since then. There was one that popped up today, and I was like, I can't watch this now. I'm still thinking about shit and fucking him asking to get fucked with a 10-inch black dildo. Thanks a lot for that, cunt. I was a solid subscriber of his for what feels like a decade now, and you've just fucking ruined him. I was trying to avoid it. Wait till the whole Muslim versus Jew thing pops off in the UFC. It kind of did already with what's his face. It hasn't popped off to the full extent, but Natan Levy certainly set the wheels in motion, and I don't think we've heard the end of that. I'm kind of hoping if Islam goes up, he beats Leon, so he's forced to fight Shavkat and gets sent to Valhalla. You see, you're thinking of the bigger picture, and that's what I like about you, sir. See, when you first were like, I hope Islam goes up and fights Leon, I was like, I would hate that because I like it. And then you're like, hang on a second, you're thinking about the end game, which would be getting rid of all of them in one fell swoop. You're a visionary, and I appreciate that. Conor was definitely right. We still haven't talked about experiencing the blessing of hearing that. It's a mad one, you know. I don't know what to think about it. I will say this here. I'm not educated enough on the situation because I'm not one of those people who runs out and makes a video based on something that's, you know, trending. If I don't have full understanding of what's going on, I tend to avoid it. I'll just say it doesn't look good. The whole thing does not look good. Hey, Crystal. Hey, too smelly. Be careful here. Bad MMA Math is going to figure out that I know almost everybody in the chat. Crystal, I know you're about. I've seen you about. I know that's something you shouldn't say to a lady, but you know what I mean. I mean that you're well known within the community. I know you've got clout. I hate that word. Can you link your Twitter account in the chat? My Twitter account is the same handle as my... I've made it very simple because it's not that I think people are really dumb. It's just that people are really dumb. So it's Bad MMA Math. If you type Bad MMA Math into YouTube or Twitter, you'll find me there. The thing is, yeah, I do have an Instagram, but like I don't really use it. So you will find me on Instagram. But if you're the only person I go on there to occasionally chat to is WMC, and that's because he doesn't use Twitter. So I feel like I have to check on there every now and then just in case he has something private to send me. So that's basically the situation. But you can find me on Twitter, and I do take I'm on Twitter more than I'm on YouTube, obviously. You can talk to me face to face on YouTube. You can even phone in if you feel the need. But you can catch me anytime on Twitter. I will answer DMs from... I mean, I talk to fucking cliff dwellers, 14-year-old cliff dwellers who are calling me retarded and say I'm inbred. And I'll go back and forth with them all day. So for you motherfuckers, guaranteed you'll get a message back from me. You'll get a back and forth in any situation. Lol, Chris, you have a point. See, I only know enough about MMA to speak up every once in a while. There is too much I would still look ridiculous on if I tried. But the thing is, Crystal, yeah, even if that's the case, which it isn't, you do know a lot about MMA. You're female. It's like Fight Fairy, yeah? From what I've seen of her, her knowledge is like, meh. Like, she's not terrible. She knows some stuff. But if the male fan base can see that you clearly know enough to have a conversation, it's enough. Because there are let's put it this way, like, look. Nina Drama, yeah, is a empty-headed bimbo, and look how big she is. We made a video about it. I mean, she has developed to become have a bit more substance to her. But when she entered the MMA space, she was awful. Awful. She had no good ideas for segments, and she was basically, you could see in the early parts of her MMA run, she knew nothing about MMA whatsoever. I still think she's whack now, but I can see why people get involved. As a female in the space, like I said, you've got to shamelessly take advantage of that. I got to free download Twitter. I had way too many. I will say this, yeah. I do my feed lately has literally been inundated with Indian politics. I've got nothing against Indian people, but like, I don't want to hear that shit. Yeah, the thing is, yeah, like and once they're following you, you get a lot of, and they will spam fucking, because a lot of it's bot in it. They will spam like, whatever. Like, I'm not going to get into the specifics of what they spam because it is quite varied and it's not. Yeah, let's just say that I don't fucking like it. It is an issue, certainly on Twitter. They need to do something about that because it is fucking jarring. They look better with clothes on than without. You mean women in general? Or do you mean Indian males? It's definitely not Indian males. Yeah, I think I'm going to wrap it up there, my lovely people, because it is 4 o'clock in the morning. Oh, Nina Drama Tits. She does have fantastic, what do we call them? Without sounding like a... Her Playboy nudes are mid. Yeah, I mean, it's a woman, isn't it? I mean, how excited are we going to get at this point? We've grown up with the internet, man. We've had the internet around for 25 years. It's like you have to go really hard now to impress me with tits. I'll put it that way. Like stick them out in an Oilers game. That works. Basically, you've got to pull them out now in unexpected situations, or I'm just not interested. I don't want to see it in like a perfectly normal situation. It's got to be like, you're walking down an aisle in a supermarket and someone just randomly, bam, and you're like, yep, there we go. We're back, baby. You've got my attention. It's so weird they ruined the internet. UGH is the season for politics. I don't know why I can't say it like it is. Vote for the person you hate the least. That's what voting is, though, isn't it? It's basically like, who is the person that I think is less of a bellend? And then you go for that person. Do y'all want to do a stream raid? Absolutely. Crystal, if you want to set up a stream raid, Relarious should still be streaming right now. They're playing a game called Dirty Mind. Please tell me more. That sounds good. Laugh my ass off, right? She has to fight a cobra with those titties. That would be impressive. That's what I'm saying. You got to mix it up now. You can't just have titties and get ahead in the game like the good old days. You got to bring a little bit more. But anyway, all right. I'm gonna head off. We have hit the 4-hour mark. Much love to all of you. Thanks to the new guys who came in, new and old. Smelly Fingers, it's great to have you around. Chris Gray, you're always fucking solid. Crystal, it's great to have you here. Who else have we got that's been hanging about? Good Vibes, thanks for coming in as well. It's really great to have you here, and thanks for contributing. Connor Spout, great to have you here as well. I think I've seen you in here once or twice, so hopefully we'll get a lot more of you. It was nice to have your insights as well. If there's anyone else I've forgotten in the immediate, I deeply apologize. Obviously, the usual guys like Vic Troll in Japan, and obviously Tino and Paradox. Get over to Paradox. I'm going to keep plugging him because if we keep encouraging him, it's going to be great to get his channel up and running fully because he's got a lot of potential. So yeah, thanks to all of you. Much love. And I'll catch you tomorrow. I'll be back on the same time. I'll probably be here about 12 o'clock on, well, tomorrow. Angie, you too. Ciao, ciao. It's good to see you as always. You're always welcome. 1 second. The biggest pervert you can be in his stream and nobody's going to block you or time you out. See, that's the kind of, that to me sounds like a utopia. Take care, Chris. Take care, everyone. Much love. I will see you tomorrow. Reelerus. So get over to Reelerus. Crystal, I can't do it right now because my YouTube isn't open, but I'm definitely going to mod you at some point so you can just post stuff in because I think you've proven you can be trusted. And Chris Gray, you're on the way to getting the same treatment. I'll see you dudes soon. In a bit, guys. Thank you.